Board of Regents passed BOR number 24 series of 1997, which approved the setting up of the BU Open University. The objective of the BUOU was to bring the curricular programs of the university to a wider populace of students in the Bicol region. To fully operationalize BOR Resolution number 24 in accordance with the present thrust and direction set forth in the BU Comprehensive Development Plan, Administrative Order number 177 series of 2004 was issued to provide the general implementing guidelines for the operation of the BU Open University. The emphasis of BUOU is to address the educational capability enhancement need of professionals by offering selected graduate programs via distance education. The long-term direction of the BU Open University is to eventually offer some baccalaureate courses in support of regional development. The restructured BU Open University is now mandated to be the degree offering and eventually a degree granting academic unit of the university. It was also given authority by the Board of Regents Resolution number 401 series of 2018, Administrative Order number 347 series of 2019 to expand its programs into offering selected undergraduate courses and non-degree short-term courses needed in the region. BU Open University seeks to provide wider access to quality education, adhering to the highest standards of academic excellence in order to produce trained manpower required for the development of the Bicol region. Specifically, BUOU seeks to provide wider access to quality education by offering degree programs via the distance education mode, establish an innovative system of continuing education of professionals and career development for those unable to avail of the opportunity through the usual traditional delivery mode, and develop instructional materials and technology appropriate for distance education. At present, there is a Distance Learning Center in the main campus of Bicol University at the third floor of the university library. The Distance Learning Center in the main campus is open to serve students coming from various parts of the region. To better serve a wider segment of the Bicolanos, the BU Open University intends to engage in partnership with local government units and other academic institutions in the region. Under the Administrative Order number 347 series of 2019, specifying the revised implementing guidelines of the BUOU, the office is manned by the Dean and supported by the and technical staff to serve as the link between the BUOU and the distance education students. The course modules are the basic medium of instructional delivery. These are prepared by module development teams consisting of writers, readers, instructional design specialists, and language editors. These are drawn from the faculty complement of the university. Other instructional materials like video clippings and the like shall also be used in the process of course delivery. Actual delivery of these course modules is taken care of by the faculty in charge and tutors. Each course or subject has an FIC or course supervisor who ensures the attainment of the objectives of the course, and who rates or evaluates the performance of distance education students. Performance of students enrolled in the distance education mode is assessed through submitted assignments, exercises, activities, and supervised examinations. Tutorial sessions are part of the course delivery of the Open University or distance education mode. These are designed to facilitate clarification of topics or issues and ensure informed discussions among module users. The Bicol University initially offers selected graduate curricular programs. This is due to the stringent requirement of open learning to have mature learners who are capable of undertaking independent self-learning. Due to resource limitation and perceived market, only the following programs are offered in Open University: Doctor of Education in Educational Leadership and Management, Master in Management, Master of Public Administration, Master in Local Government Management, Master of Arts in Educational Leadership and Management, Master of Arts in English Education, and Master of Arts in Social Studies Education. We cater to the growing number of students coming from various parts of the Philippines and offshore. At present, we have students from Japan, United Arab Emirates, Cambodia, Thailand, West Africa, London, United States of America, and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
The Dean of the Open University is Dr. Mrs. M. Dorino, who has a master's degree in public management obtained from Tabaco College and a doctorate degree in public administration from the Graduate School of Bicol University. He specializes in management, public administration or public management, microfinance, and distance education. Among the pool of distinguished faculty members in the Open University are Dr. Maria Jane B. Mascarenas, Dr. Ramon T. De Leon, Dr. Melinda D. De Guzman, Dr. Emily M. Agonos, Dr. Roldan C. Cabeles, Professor Jose Carlo B. Lavapie, and Professor Rolly N. Monte Alegre. These faculty members were also trained in the University of the Philippines Phase 1 training on sustainable institution building for blended, online, and open learning, or CBOL. As part of the Open University's trust in providing quality distance education to its students, faculty members have developed different learning materials for the learners. These are: for Master of Arts in English Education, Dr. Cabeles developed the following: for Master of Arts in Social Studies Education, Professor Lavapie made use of the following: for Master of Public Administration, Dr. Lorino has utilized the following: for Doctor of Education and Educational Leadership Program under Dr. De Guzman, she has the following modules: Furthermore, she also uses the following in the Master of Arts in Educational Leadership Program:
Whoa, oh, 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 whoa, oh, 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 whoa, oh, oh, oh. Whoa, oh, oh, Kahit saan man mapunta, galing mo ay ipapamalas. Tunay kay tatak Piyuwenyo.
Kahit subukin man ang panahon, sabay-sabay pa rin tayong aahon. Dahil kailan may hindi nawawala pagmamahal natin sa isa't isa.
Piyuwenyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. Puso'y nagnilingin ng Piyuwenyo magaling. Ikaw at ako, Piyuwenyo tayo. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng Piyuwenyo ay di kumukupas. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng Piyuwenyo ay di kumukupas. Lahat susungin, lahat ay kakayanin.
Tulong-tulong abutin mga hangarin natin. Tayo'y handang matuto, kailan may hindi susuko. Sa galing ng pamumuno, tayo'y naging buo. Maan man ng maraming taon,
Tayo'y pinagtitibay ng panahon.
kahit tayo ay magkakaiba, ngunit tayo pa rin ay nagkakaisa.
Piyuwenyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. Puso'y nagnilingning ng Piyuwenyo magaling. Ikaw at ako, Piyuwenyo tayo. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng Piyuwenyo ay di kumukupas. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng Piyuwenyo ay di kumukupas. Piyuwenyo,
Orgulyo ikula numitatak oragon sa inmandarhon na imapadaog sa narok sa rabay may paglaong sa gabos dahil man ang gadang tunay na utak na biyuwenyo. Pag sinabing biyuwenyo magaling siguradong titingalain na mamutawi ang pag-ibig sa iyong puso pagkat ikaw ay isang tunay na biyuwenyo.
Ibang klase ang galing-galing ng Piyuwenyo. Kayang pagmalaki kahit kanino. Taas noo sa kabutihan ng iyong puso. Kahit saan man dalhin ng mundo.
Piyuwenyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. Puso'y nagnilingning ng Piyuwenyo magaling. Ikaw at ako, Piyuwenyo tayo. Piyuwenyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. Puso'y nagnilingning ng Piyuwenyo magaling.
Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng Piyuwenyo ay di kumukupas. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng Piyuwenyo ay di kumukupas. Ay di kumukupas. Galing ng Piyuwenyo ay di kumukupas.
Marhain na aga, magandang umaga. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first webinar titled International Webinar on Organizations, Resiliency, Inclusivity, and Sustainability Towards Environment, Social and Governance, or ESG. This is your host, Domet Chan Francais Overo, greeting everyone a very good morning. Before we start our program, our webinar for today, may I have some Zoom netiquette for each and every one of us. And may I kindly request the technical to please flash the reminder on our screen. So first, I would like to remind each participant to rename accordingly. First, your program or your agency underscore your name. So for example, BUOU underscore Juan de la Cruz. And secondly, I would like to request everyone to please turn on their cameras so we could also see your beautiful faces. If your internet allows you to do or to open your camera, I would like to encourage everyone. Thank you so much to those participants who are currently trying to turn on their cameras. So let's proceed to the netiquette. First, be professional. Thank you for being on time to our webinar for today. Second, please speak clearly. Speak into your mic, slow down, take breaks to check with others. Just in case you would like to unmute. Later on our program, there's a time for us to express our thoughts through the Q&A sessions. Chat responsibly. Use chat to ask questions. Watch out for gossip, because this meeting may be recorded. You would also make use of the reactions. You could clap, have a thumbs up, heart, or whatever reactions you would like to have during our webinar. You could freely express yourselves. Please also limit distractions. Find a quiet place and check your surroundings. And of course, this is very important to mute yourself. Mute yourself when you are not speaking. And of course, to participate, stay focused, take notes, and contribute. So I would like to encourage everyone to take note of these netiquettes all throughout our webinar. So please, can I see some thumbs up if you're able to understand these netiquettes? Can I see a thumbs up, everyone, participants? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your participation. Moving forward, to start our webinar for today, we'll have the opening prayer followed by the Philippine National Anthem.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering us all today in this important endeavor. We ask that you bestow your guidance and blessing upon each attendee. May we honor one another by keeping an open mind. May we voice our truth and listen with an open heart. Bless everyone present today, that each may be able to share his or her contributions and gifts. Grant good health and safety to loved ones left outside this room, and bestow peace and goodwill to all of us. We ask for your wisdom and grace to use our talents for the betterment of others. May the various activities related to this day be a success through your intervention. With gratitude, we offer this prayer in your name. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Once again, good morning, everyone. I would like to remind also the participants to please register while we're having our webinar. To give his welcome and inspirational message, may I call on Jose Carlo Lavapie, the coordinator of
Mag-register ka.
My apologies for that technical glitch. May I remind each participant to please register to our webinar. The link will be posted in our chat box. Please don't forget to register. I would like to welcome Mr. Jose Carlo Lavapie, the coordinator of Student Affairs and Services, for his welcome and inspirational message. Sir?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Domet. Good morning, everyone. This morning, we are gathered for this international webinar on organizations' resiliency, inclusivity, and sustainability towards ESG, or we call it as environment, social, and governance. For today's webinar, we have brilliant speakers in the name of Mr. Denly Mirabueno of Citibank and a well-known personality in our country, who is Mr. Richard Heiderian. The COVID-19 pandemic has undeniably brought forward limits in our way of education and even our lives, one of which is its efforts on the field of education. But worthy of note is that it has opened now learning methods using the advantages of technology, one of which is the conduct of seminars like this. We call this as webinars that offer various interactive opportunities. So this webinar will focus on ESG, or we call it as environment, social, and governance, which is the standards for organizations' behavior used by socially conscious individuals. Further, it identifies risks and opportunities. Responsible governance within an organization is on transparency and accountability, which most in our audience would find it relevant in their workplace. On this, the Bicol University welcomes you all for this 3-day international webinar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir JC. Friends, it's an honor for me to present our first speaker for today. He is a result-oriented professional with over 15 years of solid experience in the valuations, risk, and product control functions of leading international banks in various locations, such as Manila, Singapore, London, New York, and India. Strong track record for control efficiency and sound judgment. Requisite skills to handle complex tasks and manage various stakeholders in all levels of firms. And has keen towards a strong learning and development or L&D programs. Friends, help me welcome the first speaker for today's webinar on the topic Risk Management, the Senior Vice President of Citibank Philippines, none other than Mr. Danley Mirabueno, CPA, FRM. Let's give him a virtual round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Can everyone hear me? Thumbs up if you can hear me. Let me share my screen. Before we start, I'd like to ask everyone a question. And this is just a question. What do you know of risk? When people say something is risky, what do you mean by it? Any volunteers? Oh, to volunteer and actually answer this question is also risky. Well, things in life has a risk. Whatever is worth having is worth risking as well. Today, we are going to discuss some basic introduction to risk management. I know that the crowd is a mix of people from different backgrounds. So I will try to lessen the technicalities of risk management and just give some of the salient points. We are going to go through and look at certain graphs as well. One of the things that we try to look at is risk, not in isolation, but risk in relation to our daily lives, risk in terms of the economy, and risk in terms of investments. So risk can mean many things. One of the expression that people always say is, if there's a big risk, there would be a big reward. There are two things that people try to balance whenever they think of any decision making. What is the risk and what is its potential reward? It's like, even in life, when we do our decision making, for example, what college to go to, what course to take, or whom to marry, there's a certain level of decision making that we are trying to balance between the reward and the risk. Most people would just look at the reward without actually thinking of its risk. But in the current environment that we are in, we cannot afford to ignore risk. In its very basic form, risk is something that is a potential of losing something, like the probability of losing something. Some endeavor, some people would think, oh, there's no risk in it, but there's probably a little bit of risk, but minimal. In finance and in the corporate world, there are few categories of risk: market risk, credit risk, operational risk, and other risks. Now, it's good that I'm the first speaker for this morning, because I would give a bit of introduction on what these risks are. And the next speakers that you are going to hear as well as this afternoon and in the next 2 days, would talk a little bit about risks with relations to the climate. So which is the climate risk in an area that is called ESG. Now, ESG is an up-and-coming area where the corporates are being forced to reflect on the effect, on their effect on the environment. In the past, if you look at history, what the history of this world has been predominantly is that of capitalism. So capitalism in its purest form is just people competing to produce the largest amount of output from a finite resource. And what it means is that profit is what drives the whole endeavor. Now, in the past, it's been profit, 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 so that people are pushing for efficiencies in production. In the past, it's always been profit, the first motive. Next, they were thinking, oh, the whole setup of just blindly going through and pursuing profit is not conducive to human rights. So therefore, they also thought about, oh, let's think about people. So let's make sure while we have profit, we also have labor laws to protect the rights of the workers. But the focus on these two, profit and people,
Recording in progress.
did not take into account as well some of the externalities, which is the third P, which is the planet. Now, if you look at our environment right now, it's just full of trash. The other week actually, I was like doing sailing in Legazpi, and when you are in the Legazpi Boulevard, the first thing that you will notice is the lots of trash in that boulevard. 2 months ago, I was a host for Erden Eruch Journey. He stopped over in Legazpi, and the Albayat Club did a dinner, fundraising dinner for him. And one of his key message was that we need to act now on the environment, given that we have, the effects of what we've done for so long are already being felt in various parts of the world. Places where you have long droughts are now flooded. Places that are raining always are also having droughts. So these things are happening to our environment, and it's a clarion call for us to do something about it. Therefore, one of the push in the past several years for corporates is to have social awareness. It's been always a part of the corporates to have, to always have social responsibility. So they have this corporate social responsibility CSR department in their company, but it's not always the case that the focus is on the environment. So it's a recent development that companies and governments and regulators are now pulling themselves together to look at ESG in a broader framework of environment, social, and governance, most particularly the area of climate risk. In recent months, I am building a team in the bank to handle climate risk. So this is a reflection of the bank's commitment towards managing climate risk. Now, climate risk is one of the risks. My lecture for this morning will center around the other risks. So before we dive into climate risk, before the other speakers talk about climate risk and how to manage it, this lecture that I'm going to do is on the other risks that we are facing and how do we manage those risks. So again, in your slide, what you can see here are the three major types of financial risks. Okay, number one, market risk. Number two, credit risk. Number three, operational risk, and other risks that are lumped together like legal, reputational risk, and currently now climate risk. So let's start with market risk. So market risk is the loss due to market price and fluctuations. So for example, if you have investments, for example, you invested in the stock market, in the Philippine stock market, or if you are a bit savvy, you have investments in the New York Stock Exchange, market risk is the risk of your investment declining in value because of movement in the market. That's why it's called market risk. It's also called a price risk because, for example, you bought shares of San Miguel at, say, 100. The price decreased to 90, then you lose 10. That risk of going down is a risk, a market risk. Now, some people would think that the risk is not one-sided. Risk should be two-sided because a market can go up or down. But the focus really on this is not the upside, but the downside. The upside, we think of it as a reward. The downside, of course, is what people fear. According to some studies, we generally are more fearful of losses than we are happy of gains. Therefore, there's like an entire department dedicated on the probability of loss, and there's just very few people in the bank that's dedicated to the upside potential. Because of this, I think reflection of the human nature that we are more averse to losses, or in terms of the more basic human dichotomy, pain and pleasure, we are more averse to the pain than we are appreciative of the pleasure. So it's a reflective of that, which it projects into the market. Now that's market risk. The first example was on bond. The other examples are if you have, the first example was on stocks. The other one is on bonds. For example, if you bought a bond, which is like just an IOU from the government, the market risk of it is the falling price of that bond or the increasing in yields. Some of these instruments like options are not really available in the Philippines. That's why we sort of like don't have that much visibility. The other major risk is credit risk. This is loss due to borrower or counterparty default. What does that mean? Kung ikaw nagpautang sa kapitbahay mo, the risk there is that your kapitbahay is not able to pay you back, or tumakbo na, or nakalimutan, nagka-amnesia and whatnot. That's credit risk. That's why when you look at the mga tindahan, they would say, your credit is good, but we need cash. So this is, everyone has sort of like a credit. So loss due to borrower or counterparty default. This can be many things. They just defaulted, but two things. One, it can be, it's just that the borrower is unable to pay. And the other one is the borrower does not want to pay. able but does not want to. So ask yourself whether your pinautang is hindi talaga makabayad kasi walang kakayanan, or meron naman nagpo-post nga ng selfie sa mga beach pero hindi ka mabayaran ng utang. So ayaw lang magbayad talaga. So two things, but still it's credit risk. When you make pautang to someone, you are taking the risk that someone might not be able to pay. So ang question is, just pop quiz, think about it. May dalawa kang pwedeng pautangin. Yung isa, talagang tagilid sa buhay, talagang walang hanap buhay. The other one is, medyo okay naman, may trabaho, medyo kinapos lang kasi siguro nag-short lang, may sweldong darating. Generally, sino ba ang papautang mo? Now, these things, listen, let's remove the fact na yung isa kamag-anak, yung both are just friends. Most likely, you will make pautang the person na makakabayad. Right? But the irony of it is, the greater need actually is the one na hindi makapagbayad. So how do you compensate for this? You compensate for this by the difference in the interest. So yung medyo tagilid makapagbayad, pinapatungan mo ng mataas na interest. Kasi in order to compensate you for the higher risk of hindi siya makapagbayad. The irony, the paradox is, mas mataas yung interest niya na babayaran sa'yo, so mas pinapataas mo yung probability na hindi siya makapagbayad. But that is the reality of life, and that's the reality of commercial transactions, where the lower rated or the lower grade borrower will have to pay you more because you have to be compensated for the risk that you're taking. So the higher the risk, the higher expectation of reward. So the higher the interest rate. So alam mo na, pag ikaw pumunta sa bangko, tapos pinautang ka at 5%, and then your friend pumunta sa bangko, pinautang siya at 2%, alam mo na, medyo your financial statements are not very good. Your friend is a better financial position than you, because that's how the bank works as well. There's no free lunch. Everything has an interest. Now, the third category of risk is operational risk. It's a risk where nagkamali ng posting yung accountant mo, nagkamali yung system mo ng billing, and whatever. A few years ago, there was I would not name the bank, but there was an operational mistake by the bank where a very big loan na the borrower was like paying interest, but suddenly the bank had an operational error where it sort of showed na paid na. The loan was paid already, or the money that that bank is receiving is for the full payment of the entire loan. So what happened was, it's an operational mistake. They had to go back and talk to the borrower, and there was even a case where it was filed and say, oh, we need to set things straight. So operational risks can happen. Even in your households, of course, there is an operational risk where you make a mistake in terms of payment, like mali yung GCash number na sendan mo ng payment, so hindi na credit dun sa tamang tao, and whatever. It can happen. It can also be due to fraud, like talagang niloko ka. Like merong nagsasabi sa'yo, oh, may mininahin na tayo dun sa isang lugar, kailangan namin ng pera mo so that we can invest in that money, that scheme, kasi yung mga minero, they need some whatever, and then you paid money, and then that's it, gone, operational risk. The other risks are legal, geopolitical, environment, and whatnot. Later, I think yung next speaker, si Darian, will be talking about, of course, political, geopolitical, legal risks. But so far in the economics, what we focus on and look at are market risk, credit risk, and operational risks. In the next few days, you'll learn more about the environmental risk. But in terms of the banks, the environmental risk impacts also one of the risks, which is the credit risk. The reason being, one of the things that came out from the conversations in Davos, if you guys are reading about and listening about Davos. Davos is like the yearly event where the movers and shakers of the entire world, the entire economic system, go there to think about current trends, to think about what's gonna happen in the future, what are the things that we need to focus on. The hot topic in Davos is really climate risk and ESG. But it is couched in terms of the credit risk, meaning in terms of financing certain companies, there are what you call green financing, meaning there is already a distinction between company A, company B. Company A is like a pollutant company. It's engaged in coal, it's engaged in burning fossil fuel, versus company B that is on green energy, it has zero emission, it's conscious of its whatnot. There is now that distinction and say, I am going to fund and finance more of company green than this company dirty. And in terms of interest rates, I'm going to give more favorable interest rates to company that is green and into renewable. In that sense, the credit standing of these two are now distinguished. So in the past, it doesn't matter. If you go to the bank will just look at the feasibility study of your business. Does it make money? Does it have the first P, profit? Does it not? Does it have a good relationship with its worker, which is the people? But it doesn't have to look at, is this company A or B a pollutant? So now, this current trend, there is now a discrimination between which companies are to be financed and which companies are not to be financed. There are those so-called green bonds that are being issued. Green bonds are it's just a type of bond which is like an IOU or pautang from financial institutions to finance green initiatives, green bonds. These are usually financing that have good terms, mababa lang interest rates, and then have like staggered payments and whatnot. But these are financing to promote green initiatives. Okay, so these are the major type of risk in the corporate world right now. Let's dive a little bit more on the distinctions between these. So market risk, what I've wrote here is that if you get a new iPhone at $1,200, but the next day, si Apple sold the same phone for $1,000. O di nagkaroon ka ng market risk kasi you bought it na mahal. Had you waited one day, you have saved $200. That's market risk. Now, credit risk, if you lent your $1,200 to a friend to buy an iPhone with the promise na babayaran ka sa salary niya, and then he lost his job. So, debts. You lost your 1,200. Operational risk is you put your 1,200 in your pocket, then you stepped into an Apple store, you bought an iPhone, then you discovered your money was missing because either na pickpocket ka or whatever. That's operational risk. So other risks, may mga legal or whatnot. Okay? All right. In a given portfolio, so if you think of yourself as a manager of portfolios, market risk is measured usually by from a statistical point of view, which is at a confidence level. If I am, for example, 95% confident that I will be losing maximum of 5% of my entire portfolio in a given time frame, like 1 day or 2 days, that's the usual measure of market risk. Now, for example, if you have assets, now in a usual setting, for example, you have house, you have a home, you have a house, you have car, you have land somewhere, and some properties here and there and whatnot. Market risk is measured by, if you are going to measure it, is out of those assets that you have, what at a given confidence, like I am 95% confident or 100% confident or 90% confident, how much will the value of those assets fall in a given 1 day or 10 days or even 1 year? That's how you would measure it in terms of market. It's difficult to measure because, for example, you have assets that are not liquid. For example, a piece of land. How do you really measure a piece of land on a given day in terms of value? It's not fluctuating like the stock market. The good thing about the stock market is that at any given even second or even minute or any given time, as long as the stock market is open, you know the price of your investment, but not with a piece of land. A piece of land, you'll need to have the appraisers there. You need to check recent sales, which is not like every second or every day. You'll have to like check for the past several months, what's the value. So different asset classes move and have visibility in terms of price different ways. So therefore, your market risk in terms of measurement varies in difficulty. Some of your investments, like if you invested it in bonds, in stocks, in mutual funds, and whatever, you get daily fluctuations in price. You can see it's moving there. Some of your assets, for example, your house, your land, or condo, or whatnot, the prices don't move often. Pero there are two like balancing things here. Number one, for stocks and bonds that are quite visible, the measurement is easy. You just simply go to the stock exchange, and then you can see the price level. You know already, like if it increased by this amount, 1%, 2%, you're already like 10,000 richer because you can just multiply your the number of stocks that you hold multiplied by the price percentage that it increased or decreased. So you know at any given day how richer you are, how poorer you are, because the price discovery is easy. Now, if you have investments in illiquid instruments or illiquid assets like house and land, you wouldn't know immediately whether you're richer or you're poorer. For example, there's a big volcanic eruption and your land is near Busai or whatever, then you would know after a few months, and you check with the assessors whether the land that your house is built has increased or decreased in value. So you wouldn't know until there is some sort of like assessment. But the thing is, the ease of measurement is not totally correlated with the riskiness of the asset. For example, which one is risky? Which one is more risky in terms of market risk? Is it the stock market or is it an investment in land? The stock market, it can crash at any given day. The land, you still have the land, it's still going to increase in value, barring any natural calamities that happen in that area, given the fact that land is finite and our population is growing. So in terms of riskiness, stock market will have higher market risk than a piece of land, right? On the long run. But of course, in terms of like movement and in terms of volatility, like the sudden change, what's more volatile is, of course, the stock market. It can make you millionaire in 1 second or a pauper the next second, especially if there's like huge market crashes. Okay, so that's market risk. Market risk can be brought by fluctuations in the prices in the market. So there are a few types: interest rate risk, foreign exchange risk, equity risk, commodity risk. What are these? Interest rate risk is, for example, if you go to the bank and ask, okay, I'm going to take out a loan, how much interest are you going to charge me? That interest is not fixed. It's not going to be fixed every day. They would change because of market movements, because of central bank action. Like, for example, you go to your local rural bank. You ask, okay, I want to take a loan for this amount. How much interest are you going to charge me? They say, okay, I'm going to charge you 10% interest. Now, that 10% interest is driven by many factors. A big portion of that is the interest rate of the central bank. So our central bank can increase the interest rate from 0 to 5%. Right now, it's around 6%. So local banks usually peg their interest rate as an add-on to the interest rate from the central bank. So if central bank is 6%, they would add on something like 2%, 3%, or 4% on top of it. Because the interest rate from the central bank is usually the interest rate it charges on other banks. So that is like the overnight facility of the central bank. Now, if you are not a bank, you don't have the asset value, you are like a common person. You have a job, you have some assets and whatnot. Your credit risk is of course higher, and therefore they need to charge you more interest rate. But how much higher, it depends on each bank. Of course, this interest rate is also affected by competitions among banks. Some banks would like have lower patong just so that you are able to they are able to get the business from you. Other banks would of course make higher patong if they are the only bank in that area. Wala kang choice. So many things can influence the interest rate, and the fluctuations of this interest rate can rise to losses, of course, market risk. Now, what is foreign exchange risk? For those who travel, you would be keenly aware of course, foreign exchange. And for those who have families that are family members that are working abroad and they receive their padala from auntie or padala from kuya from abroad, they are very keenly aware of FX risk. Ano ba yung FX risk? It's just the fluctuation of the foreign exchange, like dollar to peso. Right now, $1 is how much? 55 peso. I've seen it in years ago where it dipped to something like one US dollar is 25 peso, or that's SGD. But nonetheless, it's it's quite volatile. If you go and check, punta kayo sa SM, there would be a booth there with two numbers, the buy and sell rate. And the difference between this is, of course, the patong ni foreign exchange, ni foreign exchange. That's their spread. The buy is how much they would, the exchange, how much they would buy the US dollar from you, and the sell is how much they will sell it to you. Now, if you go to other places, the FX exchange rates would be different. In a given day, this fluctuates very quickly. One of the largest exchanges is actually foreign exchange, because foreign exchange is 24 hours, 24/7 across the entire world. The US PHP, which is US peso, is traded everywhere because it's not sleeping. There's always travelers. Any part of the world, some Filipino guy need to exchange their peso. They cannot be like waiting for the Philippine market to open before they exchange peso. If they are already like somewhere in New York, needed to exchange their peso into US dollar because they have to travel in the US. They are subjected, of course, to the foreign exchange risk. Now, some people make money out of foreign exchange movements. For example, if I am, how do I make money in terms of foreign exchange? If I am a financial institution, for example, and I feel and I expect that the US dollar is going to appreciate, what am I going to do? Of course, I'm going to buy more US dollars now, and then when it appreciates in the future, I'll sell the US dollar. It's a basic buy low and sell high, right? For example, if the US dollar now is 155 and I expect it to appreciate. What appreciate means, okay, just a side note before we go into whether we buy or sell, what does appreciate mean when it comes to money? Appreciate just means increase in value. If a US dollar change in value from 55 peso to 60 peso, what does that mean? The US dollar appreciated. In a likewise manner, the Philippine peso depreciated. There is no both appreciated because it is a if one is a seesaw. If one appreciate, the other one should depreciate. But the depreciation of the Philippine peso or the appreciation of the US dollar is driven by the economic interactions of these two countries as well as the entire global market. Kaya nga, one time there was this guy, I will not name who said that the depreciation of the Philippine peso is not because of the weakening of the Philippine economy, but just because the dollar is strong. Oh, you guys remember that? You guys remember that? That statement is partially correct. Because true, at that point, the US dollar was appreciating. So when the US dollar is appreciating, all the countries in the world will therefore have some depreciation. The only difference is some will depreciate more than others. Our neighbors did not depreciate as much as the Philippine peso. What does that mean? That means is that there are infrastructural weaknesses in the Philippines itself. So, of course, people can always make generalization and say, oh, globally, the US dollar has appreciated. That's why the Philippine peso is also affected. Partially correct. But what we need to have a look at, what did our neighbors do? Like yung Thai baht ba, yung Vietnamese dong, yung Malaysian ringgit, did they depreciate as much as the Philippine peso? That's a question. If we did a comparison, actually, we are among the most depreciated. So therefore, it points to us that there are some problems, of course, within our economy in comparison with our neighbors. But that's a topic for another another session. Medyo mahaba yan. But what just I wanted to point out today is there are risks in holding US dollar. There are risks also in Philippine peso. Now, of course, for some of us who would have foreign currency accounts, we will, of course, have two kinds of risk. If you have, for example, a US dollar deposit, or even you just bought a US dollar time savings from, say, PNB or PBCom or some other banks that you have relationships with, you are subjected to two risks: interest rate risk and foreign exchange risk. Now, the first is that the interest rate that you're getting is not anymore at par with what the market is giving. So, for example, your deposit is being given an interest rate of 2%, but actually the market after 1 year has already increased by 3%, lugi ka. Meron kang opportunity loss because the market has moved higher. But of course, if your interest rate is pegged at 2%, but the market is already at 0% or 1%, panalo ka. That's the upside. The other one is, if your deposit is in US dollar and you have you are also exposed to foreign exchange risk. Because if you're holding a US dollar value, and then of course you're a Filipino, your measurement is based on Philippine peso. And if, for example, you deposited it at a time when the Philippine peso is 1:55, and then right now, for example, just for example, after 2 years, the conversion rate has gone to 1:40. Therefore, you will suffer a huge loss, because now you, at that time when you try to withdraw it, your US deposit is no longer 1:55. You can just convert it to 44. So therefore, if you hold investments in foreign currency, you want to have the foreign currency to strengthen. So it's used by people also to hedge. For example, if you feel that the Philippine peso is going to depreciate further, you convert now your Philippine peso into US dollar. Kasi halimbawa, in the future, you think that the Philippine peso is going to become 1:60 or 70. The best move would be to convert some of your money into US dollar. And then if it happens that your hula is correct, then at that time when you withdraw it, you're not going to withdraw it at 1:55. You're going to withdraw it at 1:60 or 1:70. You gain. But of course, the problem is foresight is not 2020. Hindsight is 2020. So people, institutions, individuals, and generally all decision makers would have to think about what is the future based on limited knowledge. But if, of course, if you have a friend na manghuhula, na ang galing-galing talaga manghula, librehin mo yon at baka sabihin niya sa'yo kung anong exchange rate in 10 years time, and then you invest based on that manghuhula. Of course, it's a joke. But of course, the best way to think about the future and to make educated guesses is, of course, to study. And this is a good way for studying as well. One of the things that I can also say is study the market, not just books. Go there and study the market. In the next few slides, we're going to look at graphs. I'm going to close this presentation and let's go to the graphs and let's talk about history and finance and risk and whatnot based on graphs. But let's finish first. This. Equity risk. Of course, if you have investments in stocks, movement in the stocks, that's equity risk. Commodity risk, not a lot of commodities. Commodity risk is if, for example, you have investments in crude oil, but of course, the usual investors are not that big to invest in crude oil, like tankers of crude oil. All right, there are measurements of risk. I'm going to skip this because this is quite technical already. I am going to really skip this. Quite technical. If we can have very focused session on this one, but rest assured, there are measurements of risk. One is beta, the other one is duration for bonds. They say there is something that's called DVO1, which is the sensitivity of the bond per price, per basis points, per interest rate. This is just a measure of how much can you lose if the interest rate moves by 1 basis points. Now, 1 basis points is 1% of 1%. That's how it's being quoted, 1% of 1%. There are measurements that are called the option Greek. We're not going to go through this. This is quite advanced. But suffice it to say, when you hear people say, oh, the delta of a certain investment is this, they're talking about what is the change of the value of the asset, the value of the option based on the underlying value of the asset. Now, there are instruments that are called options. So far, what I've sort of like talked about are the basic instruments muna, right? What are the basic instruments in terms of financial investments? Stocks, bonds, you invest also in FX. But in higher finance, if you become like a more sophisticated investor, you will also invest in options. And options is quite a very exciting instrument. So what is an option? Like, for example, if you are buying a condominium unit and then you wanted to reserve the right to buy that unit for, say, 1 month, so you bought it, for example, you gave the agent 10,000, for example, for you to reserve the right to buy the condominium unit at 1 million, say 1 million, for 1 month. What you have are 2 different contracts. All right. First contract is the buying of the house. That's the sale. That's the purchasing of the house. That's one contract. The second contract is the option that's given to you to buy that house at that specific price in a specific time. These are 2 different assets, an option and an actual house. Okay? Now, the actual house can be valued by the market value of the house at that particular time, right? Like if, for example, after 1 month, nag-increase na yung mga value ng houses because there is a new assessment, then the market value of the house will increase and therefore you will have to buy it at that fair value. But the option is changing from the time you've given your 10,000 all the way to the time that you have to exercise that option. So this time of 1 month, you can either buy the house, which is to exercise the option, or not to buy the house, so you're not going to exercise the option. Okay, this value of the option is driven by several things. The first thing that will drive the value of this option is the value of the house. Okay? Assuming you have an option to buy the house at 1 million, But the next day, the news says, oh, there is a plan by SM or McDonald's to build a place nearby, and then the house prices increased. Now that house that you are trying to buy at 1 million is now 2 million. What do you think will the value of the contract be? Will it increase in value or will it decrease in value? The contract, the option contract. You paid 10,000 for that contract to buy at 1 million, but the house is now valued at 2 million. Your option, did it increase or decrease in value? Of course, it increased in value because this contract of buying that at 1 million now became very valuable because instead of going to the market without any option contract, you have to buy it at 2 million. You now have a right to buy it at 1 million. So therefore, the optionality that's been given to you, it becomes more precious and valuable, right? Now, what if the land around that area becomes like unstable and whatever, and the value of that condominium, instead of 1 million, is now 500,000. Now your option becomes useless, right? Like, why would you exercise the right to buy that house at 1 million if you just simply ignore your 10,000 option and then just buy it straight from the market at 500? So the value of the option has changed. Okay? There's also different factors that go into the value of this option. The other one is how volatile the prices are. Now, if the prices of that condominium is not very volatile, in a given month, it's probably not going to change. It's 1 million, it will just move to 105, and that's it. It's not going to move a lot. Versus, one day it's 1 million, the next day it's 2 million, the third day it's 500, and it's just so volatile. In which scenario will your option be more valuable? In a time where it's volatile or in a time where it's not so volatile? I'll give you a moment to pause. The logical answer is your option becomes more valuable when it's more uncertain. It's the option value increases with the increase in volatility, which is the uncertainty of the price. That is measured by this term called Vega. Measures the change in asset value due to change in volatility of the underlying asset. Now, Vega, the volatility, is that it's a standard measure. So when you hear investor says, oh, the Vega of that investment has gone up, that means that the risk and the change in the asset potentially is high because of high volatility, high rate of change. It's not the absolute amount of change, but it's the rate of how it's changing. It's very fast change. So high volatility. The rest are theta, gamma, rho, are just because of time, because of interest rates and whatnot. Of course, if you have an option that is further, like I give you 1 year to think about buying that house versus I give you 1 week. The option to give that's given like a longer time, of course, is more valuable. Okay, more valuable. The option that is like less time is, of course, less valuable. Okay, there is a case study before. It's called the LTCM case, the Long-Term Capital Management by John Meriwether. It's in 1994. It's a big hedge fund. It's when the hedge fund was created, it was heralded as we're the best hedge fund because two the Nobel Prize winners, Myron Scholes and Robert Merton. These guys are like genius in the financial world because they created the formula to calculate values of options. Now, if you have, like what I've said before, right? When you have a financial instruments that's an option, how do you value it? Now, these guys figured out a way on how to value it, because when you are able to correctly value something, or at least you can value something consistently, given a formula or some model or whatever, you are now able to put it into the market for trading, because two parties that wanted to buy and sell this can now use the same formula and come up with a sort of like reasonable, the same price. Because if something is not reasonably valued, you cannot trade it. There wouldn't be like a big market for it. It's just going to be some negotiated price. Like, for example, a painting. A painting is difficult to value. It will be in a negotiated market, or it will be in an auction. So that's why you don't see paintings trading very quickly, unlike stocks, where, okay, on a daily basis, it's just being traded here and there, because stocks is easily valued. You just go and check the stock price in the market, or you just simply calculate it from the financial statements of the company. You can have a value for the stocks. Paintings or other instruments, you are, or other assets that are not readily priced, don't have price. Before, options are not easily priced. That's why they don't trade options as often. But now options are easily priced because of the formula created by these two, the Black-Scholes formula. In the first few years, the fund was like really like booming, like 40% return on investment, and then wow, everyone was like just investing in the funds. But what happened was their trade is simple. They just look at certain pairs of, for example, stocks, and then they say that these two stocks are quite correlated, that at some point they will converge in price. Or they look at bonds that are issued by governments that have been issued now versus issued 6 months later. At some point, some of these instruments are going to have the same price. So very simple lang. There is a complicated math to it, but the concept is simple. You have two instruments that are not priced the same now. At some point, the market will price them the same. Okay? So one is priced lower and one is priced higher. Okay? Now, it's very simple. You just look at the entire market and identify things like that will converge. These are called convergence trades. Okay? One is lower priced, one is higher priced. At some point, they will converge. Simple concept. What are you going to do as an investor? Of course, the lower price that is going to converge to go up, you have to buy it now because it's going to go up. You'll make money on that trade. The one that's going to go down, you're going to short it. There's a concept called short selling where you make money if this goes down. Okay? I'm not going to discuss the concept of short selling because it's going to take another 1 hour. But just think about it. Two trades. It's going to go at some point meet. You buy this so that you make money from going up price. You short this so that you make money in the going down price. What they did was identified so many of these, and then they sort of invested in many of those. And what happened? There was a big Russian ruble devaluation. They didn't expect it. And then what happened to these expectations? Na two assets that are correlated will converge. didn't converge. Instead, they diverged. So what happened? Instead of gain, what they had lost here, and then boom, the whole fund was bankrupted. So that's market risk. What is the lesson? The lesson is sometimes, even if you are a genius, you created a lot of these things, the market will still find a way to, you can, they say nga, after this, they said, the market can stay insane longer than you can stay liquid. Okay, I have to repeat that. The market can stay insane longer than you can stay liquid. What it means is, as an investor, the market can be not going according to your expectation longer than you can hold on. Kasi sila, when they got lugi, they had nalugi sila at the point na they can no longer hold on to the fund. Pero kasi, if they were able to hold on to the fund and just weather the storm, the whole thing will go back again into normality, and then all of their losses mababawi din naman. But because the other investors are withdrawing their funds already, they're making losses there and whatever, they had to declare bankruptcy. So that's market risk. They were not able to manage it very well. Sometimes one way to manage market risk, a few ways to manage market risk is to, number one, hedge it. Hedging means you have another deal that loses money or makes money that is opposite to your original deal. What it means is, when you make money, really big money, na babawasan siya because meron kang hedge. That's the purpose of hedging. Na you don't put all your eggs in one basket. You don't also like concentrate on a specific thing lang. Just like for example in business, don't make and just put everything on one industry or one trade that you have. If you have extra funds, you need to like diversify. Okay, so that's market risk. Let's go to credit risk, because credit risk is one of the big risks that we have. Mga pautang nyo sa mga friends nyo na after a while your friends don't they block you already because bill ka na. So the credit risk is a risk that the borrower will be unable to pay back the lender. What are credit risky instruments? Cash instruments like corporate bonds, commercial paper, loans. O yun, halimbawa, nag-loan ka sa GSIS, of course, GSIS has a credit risk on you. Whether you intentionally don't want to pay or you are unable to pay, that's a credit risk that GSIS will take on you. Now, there are derivatives, and this is a little bit advanced already. There are CDS, synthetic CDO. If you remember, back in 2007 and 2008, this is the time of the financial crisis where the banks like collapsed. Many of the banks collapsed in terms of asset value, in terms of reputation, in terms of just being able to survive. The cause of that financial crisis and what made it worse are these derivatives. We'll pasadahan natin ng konti siya later. And then we are going to discuss a little bit about the great financial crisis 2007 and 2008. Because the financial crisis of 2007 and 2008 is essentially a credit crisis. So quite a lot of lessons can be learned from there in terms of how to manage credit risk. Okay, this one is a little bit complicated, but allow me to explain it a little bit. One of the building blocks of a credit trading, pag you're trying to trade on the credit risk, is this simple derivative, which is called credit default swap. Now imagine, for example, sige, let me translate it into something na we can understand. Alright, meron kang kapitbahay, si Tonyo. Tonyo, merong utang sa'yo. Si Tonyo may utang sa'yo na 100. Sabihin na natin 100. That's a credit risk on the borrower at meron kang primary, you have a primary trade with him, which is a loan to Tonyo, and Tonyo has a, niloan mo siya, binigyan mo siya ng loan and he needs to pay you. Okay? You are exposed in terms of credit risk kay Tonyo. All right? Now, let's make it a little bit complicated. You have another friend, which is friend din ni Tonyo, and then si Rosa. Okay, si Rosa. Tonyo, si Rosa. Si Rosa, sabi sa'yo, okay, alam mo, kung natatakot ka na si Tonyo hindi makakapagbayad sa'yo, ito ang gawin natin, ha? Bigyan mo lang ako ng 10 pesos. Pero after mga 1 week na si Tonyo ay hindi makapagbayad, ako ang magbabayad sa iyo ng utang ni Tonyo. Okay? Pero pag nakapagbayad si Tonyo, say, yung 10 pesos na binayad mo sa akin, akin na yon, right? Babayaran mo ako no matter what kung anong gawin ni Tonyo. So, ang pwedeng mangyari, hindi nagbayad si Tonyo, magbabayad si Rosa. Okay? Or si Tonyo makapagbayad, okay, walang gagawin si Rosa pero nabigyan mo siya ng pera. Okay? So, the credit risk of Tonyo has now transferred to Rosa. That means, kumbaga, Rosa is now exposed to the 100 na babayaran sa iyo. What it means is, wala ka nang pakialam kung anong mangyari kay Tonyo. Kung hindi makapagbayad si Tonyo, I don't care. I have Rosa to pay me the 100. But of course, I'm going to pay 10 peso. Si Rosa naman is nagsusugal. Okay? Tonyo, pag hindi ka nakapagbayad, ako mananagot dito. Bakit naman si Rosa gagawin yun? Gagawin yun ni Rosa kasi may 10 pesos at nagbe-bet siya na si Tonyo, hindi naman yan magbabalasumas. So, isipin ninyo na si Rosa, for example, is an insurance company. And that essentially is what insurance company does in its mechanical form, which means that they are assuming the risk of somebody else na may mangyari, like may fire, may whatever. They are going to assume the credit risk of other entity. So now you have a simple derivative. The value of this transaction mo kay Rosa is derived on the primary transaction mo kay Tonyo. Isn't it? Right? Now, the movement nito, yung value sa akin ng trade with Rosa fluctuates based on sa credit risk ko kay Tonyo. In what way? Each time na tumataas ang probability na si Tonyo hindi makapagbayad, gumaganda ang value ng insurance ko kay Rosa. Bakit? Like for example, si Tonyo biglang na-aksidente, sabi, hindi na ako makakapagbayad. Now, nagiging valuable itong insurance ko kay Rosa kasi magkakaroon to ng payout sa akin. Right? So, imagine, you have two legs of transaction. One with Tonyo and one with Rosa. One is an insurance that if this guy doesn't pay, you get money from here. Now, maraming mga complication. For example, reference asset. In this case, ang reference natin dito is yung utang ni Tonyo. right? Credit event. Ano ang event na ini-insure ni Rosa? It is na hindi makapagbayad si Tonyo. The other credit events you can specify. For example, namatay si Tonyo or napilayan or whatever. That's essentially insurance. May payout in case mayroong credit event. In terms of the corporate world, mayroong mga specific lang na mga credit events. One of which is bankruptcy, inability to pay, mga kung ano-ano pa, mga structuring. Like for example, the company, like si Tonyo, nag-restructure sila, iba ng entity, it can still pay out. Or si Tonyo, like for example, naging Tonya. Kung part yun ng ano natin, ng usapan na magpi-pay out ka pag si Tonyo nagpa-Tonya, yon, isa din yon. In the corporate sense, for example, na halimbawa may merger, may acquisition, may whatever, the original entity is no longer the same entity, posibleng mag-pay out yung credit default swap na transaction. The other feature is the maturity of the swap. Like, yung utang ni Tonyo, for example, is like 1 year. Usually, I will configure my insurance for 1 year. Pero kung halimbawa, 6 months lang yung insurance ko, then I'm exposed to Tonyo again after the 6 months na hindi covered, right? Or I can even like have it longer, like 2 years, just in case si Tonyo mag-extend pa na hindi makapagbayad, at least covered pa ako nito insurance. So the duration of these two transactions does not have to be the same, but of course it will have different effects, right? If your insurance is longer than your initial transaction, you're more protected. Okay, premium payments, it is the payment. For example, in this example, it's the payment that I give to Rosa for giving the insurance. And default payment is yung ibabayad ni Rosa in case hindi makapagbayad si Tonyo. Okay? Very simple. Ito yung building block ng credit default swap. Credit default swap is the simplest of all transaction that is a derivative to manage and make profit from credit risk. Okay? All right? Sige. Review natin. Concept review. Credit risk is the inability of someone to pay back. First, risk sa original transaction is the credit risk of Tonyo. How do you manage it? There's a derivative transaction, which is called a derivative credit default swap, which is what I demonstrated. It shifts or transfers the credit risk. So it's a way to transfer risk. It's a way to mitigate risk. Of course, it needs to be purchased at a value. And this value of this credit default swap fluctuates depending on some factors. The biggest factor, which is the credit risk ng unang transaction. All right? Cool? All right. When you sa formal na mga credit default swap, there are few credit events. As I've said, bankruptcy, the company, the bankrupt. Hindi na makapagbayad. The second one is failure to pay. Hindi naman makapagbayad, pero siguro inano na ng company president, siniphon yung fund, hindi nakapagbayad yung company sa mga payments niya, magkikick in yung credit default swap or restructuring, as I've said, na nagbago yung structure ng company. Halimbawa, in-oust yung mga board, they said, oh, we're gonna have to change the company structure and whatever, we get the insurance. Okay? All right, this graph here, or like this graphics, is just showing the relationship between risk and the mga priority of repayment. So, for example, in pag there is a bankruptcy, now what happens to a company that goes bankrupt is that the assets are sold off in order to pay for at bayaran yung mga nag-invest So ano yung mga nag-invest at sino-sino pa ang kailangan bayaran? Number one, the first one na nasa linya niyan, alam mo kung sino? Government. The government will go and take its taxes and whatever. That's the first one to be paid. The second one, mga bondholders. Yung nagpautang ng specific bond. For example, they lent you 10 million for 5 years. Nabayaran pa lang is 1 million, meron pang utang na 4 years. Sila ang next na kailangan bayaran. Ang last na mga babayaran are the equity investors. Yung talagang nag-invest. So, the equity investors take on most of the risk of the company. So iba-ibang klase, di ba? So let's just divide it into two. The first one is bondholders or yung nagpautang. The second class is the investors, which is talagang nagbigay ng money nila. Two scenarios. First scenario, the company is doing well. So merong mga dividends, like profits are pouring in and whatever. The first class, which is nagpautang lang, what they are going to get is just the interest na pinautang nila. Like for example, I gave you 10 million, it's a 5% interest after 1 year or 5 years or whatever. You just get the interest plus the pinautang mong principal. That's it. May cap sa reward. Okay? And then the rest of the profits go to the investor. All right? I-flip side natin. Nalugi, na bankrupt yung company. The first na makukuha ng mga napagbiling mga na-liquidate na yung mga assets, so whatever, the first that will be paid are the bondholders or the ones that gave loan or nagpautang ng specific amount. At last na yung mga investor. Now, if kulang na, halimbawa, out of the, ang nagpinautang sa company, for example, is 10 million, and then nung pinabili yung mga assets, eksaktong 10 million, bayad dun sa nagpautang 10 million, binalik, and then zero sa investor. So they suffer the maximum loss. They lost all their investment. So flip side, di ba? When there are two classes of investors, one would be the creditor, and then the other one is really the equity investors. They have different risk profile. The borrower, the creditor, which is like the one that gave you loan, is is taking less risk, but enjoying also less profit, less reward in case there's an upside. There's a ceiling to them. The other one is the investor that really put their money. They're taking a lot of risk because they also have a huge upside if the firm is making money, but they can lose their entire savings, like investments, if the firm gets bankrupt and is unable to even pay the borrower. So the creditor. So there are drivers of credit risk. The first one is interest rate, credit spread, and then recovery rate. In the scenario that I've given, for example, when the assets are sold, there is a certain measure of recovery. For example, when a certain asset binenta ng bank na rimata, these assets are not going to be sold at a high price usually. They are given out at discounts. Therefore, yung value niyan is measured in terms of how much can I recover. You're not thinking about anymore na mag-profit pa dyan. Swerte na yun if you are able to sell it at something more than its purchase price. But it's usually in terms of recovery. Okay, ang crucial, the crucial thing that people try to gauge or measure in terms of credit risk is the probability of default. O doon sa example natin kay Tonyo, ang question is, ano ang probability na itong si Tonyo magbabayad or makakapagbayad sa akin? So maraming factors. Si Tonyo ba ay, ang ugali ba nito ay medyo balasubas? Therefore, the probability of default is very high. Or si Tonyo ba ay based on nakita kong mga pag-uugali niya is a good payer. So okay, mababa yung probability of default. That's a simple analysis. But when you go to corporates, it's difficult to gauge. It's not as simple because you have many factors going on. Number one, for example, what is the ethics or the temperament or mga pag-uugali ng board of directors? How about the officers? That's one. How about the financial standing of the company? Do they have a lot of debt? When you look at their balance sheet, do they have enough cash? Malalim ba ang balon ng company na to? Or are they living hand to mouth? Like every sweldo, they are having problem on where to find yung ipapasweldo. So these are all gonna factor into the determination of the credit risk of that particular company. Now, if you are a bank, or even if you are an investor that is trying to invest in that particular company, kailangan mo to, you have to sort of like consider this, because otherwise it's going to be a problem if you are not able to measure this or even determine this. Like for example, sa kay Tonyo, si Tonyo pala balasubas, pero medyo na-clouded yung judgment mo kasi crush mo pala si Tonyo. So you just like, love hurts, you just give money to Tonyo, bahala na si Batman. That's not the good financial management because you have not been logical in your decision making. But looking at it from a corporate standpoint, you have to consider on how to measure the probability of default. Now, fortunately, through history and through developments in the market, there has been some developments by way of standardizing some of these measurements. For example, in the US, you have the FICO score. In terms of bonds, there are bond ratings from S&P, Fitch, and Moody's. That's why you would sometimes hear people say, "Oh, that's a AAA rated bond," or sometimes it would say, "Oh, that's a BB rated bond." The other ones would be other models to calculate this. We're not going to go through these models. It's a semester to discuss all of these models, but suffice it to say, there are ways to imply the probability of default. So in the US, for example, if you are, they are very particular about credit history. That's why they would go and check how did this guy pay off his credit card, or the mortgages. Were there any arrears in mortgage? They all translated into some formula, into some FICO scoring. So better, based on this scoring, there is a differentiation between individual borrowers. So of course, as what we've said before, if you have better scores, that implies better credit worthiness, you are given more privileges in terms of lending to you. Lower interest rates, medyo mas galante na mga payment terms, like, okay, you can pay staggered or whatever. But if you have very bad credit score, therefore your credit worthiness is zilch, people would try to protect themselves by higher interest rates or bayad ka agad after 1 year or whatever, like very short duration. Bond ratings are done by these credit agencies, S&P, Fitch, and Moody's. So if you look at issuances, for example, by the government of the Philippines, called RTB, treasury bonds, you would have ratings there. And these ratings range from AAA to all the way to D, which is defaulted. But there is a dividing line between investment grade and non-investment grade. Now, I'd like to tell you this graph. So merong mga, there is this table where all the bonds are classified into AAA, AA, C, and whatnot. Just take away, the higher the rating, the lower the probability of default, the higher the credit worthiness. Okay, so therefore, the higher the rating, usually people will demand less interest rate, right? Because it's safer. Kaya nga, when you go to your bank and then you check on deposits and whatever investments, the ones that are so-called safer will give you less return because you are also not risking a lot. You're not risking the basket. But if you are a little bit risk tolerant and you're young, you wanted to like have more, then you will go and invest probably in the lower rated bonds. But of course, there is a downside to it, which is the higher probability of default. That's the risk you have to take. Okay, how do you mitigate this risk? Sometimes you just ask collateral. All right, Tonyo, pag ikaw hindi nakapagbayad, kukunin ko ang bisikleta mo. That's it. That's a collateral. Or, Tonyo, akin na yung bisikleta mo. Pag hindi ka nakapagbayad, hindi ko na ito isoli sa'yo. That's it. Collateral. Third-party guarantee. Yung kanina, mayroon tayong credit default swap. Rosa can guarantee Tonyo. Or, yung nanay ni Tonyo, sabi, oh, iho, pag itong anak ko hindi nakapagbayad, ako nang bahala. Ginaranti ni nanay. Siyempre, of course, if it's nanay na nag-guarantee, believe ka na. Credit derivatives. Yung kanina, like for example, credit default swap, that's a credit derivative. One form of diversification is wag mo lang ipautang ang funds mo kay Tonyo. Wag lang si Tonyo ang pautangin mo. Dapat naka-spread yan sa marami. Kasi, halimbawa, mayroon kang 1 million, no? Wag mo ibibigay ang 1 million mo kay Tonyo. Ano lang yan, like, Tonyo, 50K ka lang. The rest, kung sa iba-iba. Tonyo didn't pay, at least, fraction lang mawawala sa'yo. Covenants, meron mga usapan kayo kay Tonyo na, oh, Tonyo, pag ikaw hindi nakapagbayad, may mga kailangan kang gawin, whatever. Cool. Those are mga ways on mitigating risk. Now, what you can see here is just some graphs, but they are connected. Can anyone tell me what this is? Okay, volunteer. Anyone? Can anyone tell me what's the connection? $299 participants. What's the connection po? I mentioned this already. And if you look at the skyline there is a very particular part of that na, oh, nandyan pa yan? Di ba wala na yan? That's your clue. Zoom in on the upper left corner. What do you see? What do you notice? And anyone brave enough to take the credit risk and tell me what's the connection of these? Oh, World Trade Center. Correct. What is the connection then? What is the connection? World Trade Center. The whole thing, what is the connection of the whole thing? Paano sila interrelated? All right, I'll give the answer. Sige nga, may housing, merong arrow downwards, merong bull from Wall Street. Sino tong mukhang ano na to, gentleman na to? Who's this? And then World Trade Center, tama, very good. May mga rating agencies, may mga arrow downwards. 3, 2, 1. The connection of all of these is the credit crisis, the great financial crisis of 2007 and 2008. Okay, let's spend some few minutes on discussing the credit crisis of 2007 and 2008. All right? Because it is quite important. Many of the things that we are experiencing now can be traced on what happened during the financial crisis of 2007 and 2008. When I was just a junior analyst back in Singapore, 2007, June, I went to Singapore to work for an investment bank as a junior analyst. And then I was handling, surprisingly, the credit derivatives portfolio, the very center of the credit crisis. I was very junior back then. And when I was looking at the portfolio, and after several months, all of the portfolio are like losing money. Wow, it's a rude awakening. I was in the middle of the financial crisis of 2007-2008, but I learned a lot. So what was it? Anong connection ng Twin Tower dito? When did the Twin Tower happen? It's not 2007. The Twin Tower happened during 2001. What happened? Twin Tower, terrorist attack, 9/11, bang. So, what's the connection? Now, when that happened, the Federal Reserve, which was under Alan Greenspan, that guy there in that quite serious quote, it's Alan Greenspan. He used to be the Federal Reserve Governor back during the time of the 9/11. What did he do? And this is very crucial. And what did he do? He decreased the interest rate of the interest rates of the Fed to almost zero. So from 5%, 6% or whatever to almost zero in a move that is called the Greenspan put. The Greenspan put. What it means is one of the way na naging response of the federal government is to lower the interest rate because what is the aim? The aim of lowering the interest by the Federal Reserve is because they were afraid that the economy will stall because merong attack and whatnot. Mag-stall yung economy, the business will not be investing much and whatever. So one way to do it is lower the interest rates to encourage more businesses to invest and take out loans and whatever. Kasi, for example, if there's calamity or whatever, people are afraid. So instead of them being bullish in the economy and then investing their funds in business, in whatever endeavor that is there and whatever, ini-stop nila mga project. Kasi if the interest rates are high and they have uncertainty as to its being able to repay back, they would stop all of these, right? But if you lower the interest rate to almost zero, like, almost free money, or take this, utangin mo to, bayaran mo lang next time, you are more inclined to take up loans and do whatever it is that you do, like some risk-taking endeavor. Now, what happened? from 2001 all the way to 2006. What happened was, because of the low interest rate, it fueled, and yung mga tao, instead na, okay, there's no more incentive for me to invest in bonds or whatever because very low interest rate, let's find a place where we can park our money. Ano ang nakita nila? What they saw was the housing market. Oh, the people are making money in the housing market. So they poured in many of their investments, many of their funds into the US housing market. Now, the housing market at that time was also beginning to bubble because sabi nung mga realtors, hey, the interest rates are very low. So if you take out loan to buy a house, the loan interest is very, very small. So the mortgages that you're going to pay on a monthly basis will be low. So why don't you take out a house? It's good if the person has a job, has a steady income, is a good payer, and whatever. So many of the people were encouraged to buy houses. Now that's good if you're able to pay the interest and mortgages. But what happened was, more and more of these people have houses na. And then, syempre, ikaw, if you're a realtor, you want to earn more commissions from more churn, like more people going into the market. So they started to sell houses and give house loans to people that are not even able to pay. Sabi nga nila, at that time, people are doing ninja loans. Ninja. What's ninja? No income, no job, no asset, but binigyan ng mga loans just because they are able to get commission. And the idea is, so long as the housing prices are increasing, it makes sense to get a loan and then just buy a house because this house will increase in value. So therefore, you can actually sell the house and take up another loan, and then so long as the housing market is going up. So it's a vicious cycle. So the housing market was going up because there were many people coming in and then putting their money in, and then the more people invest in this, the more of the lower grade borrower are entering the market. Kasi nasaturate na yung mga prime borrowers that are able to pay are already into the market. Kung ikaw si realtor, you wanna bring in more of the market, dun ka na naman sa mga lower tier. So these are called the subprime. The prime are there, but the subprime have begun to increase. So the thing is, it's good. Initially, prices are going up. Your equity in the house is going up because, for example, you took out a loan for 1 million, you bought out a house, the house value becomes 3 million. Now you have a profit or equity of 2 million, right? What you can do is sell the house for 3 million, pay off the loan of the 1 million, the 2 million, you buy another house or whatever. All of these will happen only if the housing prices are increasing, and if the interest rates that you're paying for the mortgage are not increasing in terms of interest rate. So what happened? As with things that are improving, the economy is also improving and heating up. And then what happened? So when the economy is heating up, ang nagiging problem mo naman yan is what? Inflation, which is what? It's just the increase of price. Housing bubble, by its very nature, is inflation. It's inflationary, which is increase of the value of a certain asset. In this case, house prices. This can have spillover effect to many other things like services. Kasi pag ang presyo ng mga bahay nag-i-increase, therefore mag-i-increase ang rent. Therefore mag-i-increase ang mga transportation to that area and whatever. it's a vicious cycle also of prices going up. So, after a few years, after ng 9/11, mga 5 years, what did the Fed do? In order to manage, the scenario is no longer the case na they are fearing recession kasi medyo nakabawi na. Now they are fearing now what? Inflation. Before 9/11, boom, recession. Going up, after several years, inflation. So what did the Fed do? During the nosedive of the 9/11, they decreased interest rate very low. Now, after several years na inflationary, what they need to do was increase interest rates. Now, what happened? Nag-increasean yung mga interest rates. Remember, these houses were not bought on cash. These houses were bought on credit. And credit, as I've said before, is based on the interest rate, nagfa-fluctuate siya based on interest rates, based on ability to pay and whatnot. Okay. So, itong mga mortgages that are nagbumili ng mga houses yung mga tao and whatever, yung mga interest rates na binabayaran nila, yung mortgage payments on a monthly basis, have begun increasing. So, the problem with that is, not everyone can pay that. So for example, ikaw, regular employee, you're receiving a fixed salary, for example, 20,000 or whatever. You have a mortgage payment of 5,000. Monthly, okay, nasa budget mo siya. Then, because of the Fed increasing interest rates, the bank is also increasing the interest rates of everything, including the mortgage payments. So your, dati nagbabayad ka 5,000 lang, now, nag-increase siya to 10,000, but your salary is fixed. Increasingly, mahihirapan ka magbayad doon. So what happened was, increasingly, people are not able to pay their mortgages. So ano nangyayari? The bank will elite. So kukunin ni bank na nagpautang yung mga houses. But the problem is, houses are useless to the bank because it's not making money. What the bank wants are loans. So moreover, what's happening is central bank increasing interest rate. Borrowers are unable to pay the mortgages. Pinapa-elite na lang nila yung mga houses nila. The banks, instead of mga loans, naku-convert into houses that they inelite nila. And then, less and less ang interest payments. Kasi, halimbawa, 10 loans before, na-convert sa house kasi na-elite, na-convert sa house, na-convert sa house, na-convert sa house, na-convert sa house. Minus na sila ng mga interest stream nito. So the banks are also like feeling the liquidity problem. No cash coming in. Imagine if an industry where there's like lots of houses in the market being sold, what's going to happen on the price? Okay? Basic supply and demand. In the initial stage where people wanted to have a lot of loans, people are building houses because yun ang kailangan nilang masatisfy. Maraming demand for houses. Prices are increasing during that time and the aftermath of the 9/11. 5 years later, marami na ang taas ng interest rates, people are unable to pay. There's so many houses being sold by the banks at deeper discounts. What's going to happen to the price? Nosedive. The prices are nosedive. So the housing market fell in terms of prices. The loan value of all of these fell. Here's the problem. Meron pang additional problem. Kala nyo, hindi lang yun. Otherwise, if that was the only problem, the financial crisis of 2007 will only affect America. Why did it affect the entire world? Why? Kasi many of the big investment banks, what they did was create some financial instruments on the back of these loans. Okay? They call it CDOs, mga collateralized debt obligations. These are the toxic instruments at that time. Na ito ang siste. All right, maraming bunch of mortgages. Let's package them up into one basket and then issue a financial instrument na ang payment is based on yung makukolekta from this basket. These instruments, let's sell it across the world. So sa Scandinavia, mga retirement funds ng mga teachers bought this one. Sa Singapore, some of the retirement funds ng mga old folks, they bought these instruments that are linked to that real estate mortgages. So when the whole thing collapsed, prices of the houses collapsed, the real estate industry collapsed, the mortgages of this becomes worthless. Maraming mga bangko that are related to it went bankrupt. Maraming all of these other financial instruments and investment banks and whatever that are heavily exposed in that industry have also been so yung iba na bankrupt. Like the biggest one is Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers. Imagine Lehman Brothers, 200 years of history gone in a few weeks. Buti naman yung other companies are a bit resilient because medyo diversified. But there was a time when the U.S. Federal Reserve, the U.S. government, actually the Treasury, had to bail them out in a program called the TARP, Troubled Asset Restructuring Program. It's around 800 or 700 billion dollars that were poured into by the U.S. Government in order to save some of these banks. What did they do? Because many of these banks have exposures in that they are losing money. What the U.S. government did was buy up some of these financial instruments that are losing money, put it into some isolated entity, and then so that the other banks can recover. Now, that's a huge credit risk, right? The credit risk there was based on so many of this chain. Many people are making money from so many of this chain, but it's all dependent on the credit risk of that single mortgage borrower, which is also tied up to some of the factors that are happening in the market, like the interest rate of the Fed, the being lax in terms of regulation of who can take out a loan or not, and just the many of the problems that came out from that one are the subject of MBA programs to analyze, because we are also suffering after several years from that crisis. Now, many things na napuna. Number one, the rating agencies. They were saying that the rating agencies did not do their part well because at that point, the instruments that were based on these real estate companies, the rating agencies rated as AAA. So, ang sabi nila, why do you rate these instruments as AAA when actually there's a very huge risk in it? AAA means that the financial instruments that were tied to the real estate is as good as the treasury bonds of the US government. The US government treasury bonds is considered globally as a safe instrument. Why did you rate it as good as that? So that's a question. That was a question after they say it's because it's almost safe, because may mga collateral and whatever. But the whole thing was also criticized because the rating agencies are receiving money from the very institutions, yung mga banks, that are trying to have these instruments rated. So medyo may conflict of interest if you think about it, right? Like, ako, judge, tapos ikaw meron kang pinapa-judge sa akin, but you have to pay me so that I will judge that. Now, if my income is dependent on your payments, then medyo meron kang konting hold sa akin. So I might judge that piece of paper better because yun yung income ko. So that's the criticism there. Kasi yung rating agencies get their income or money from yung mga banks that are structuring these products. So there's a problem there. The other one is really the whole system that's quite too big to fail already. It's so interconnected. The last criticism is that the people are saying that the money used to save these banks were coming from the taxpayers. They say losses are being socialized, but gains are privatized. I'll say that again. Losses are being socialized, but gains are being privatized. During times when everything is good and happy and there's like lots of gains, it's privatized. It goes into the bonuses of the banks. It goes to the individuals, the CEOs, and all of these guys. But during times of crisis, when they need to be saved, who pays for it? It's the government. So it's a socialization of losses and privatizations of gain. I guess that's capitalism 101 for you.
Bali po, iba sa imo, ito na.
So, all right. So that's the crisis of the financial crisis of 2007. I'll very, very quickly just go through operational risk, but this one is a little bit general because operational risk is quite a number, so big that you can have very different, you can just pick out so many different cases. Operational risk, loss due to human errors, system failures, business process disruptions, frauds, and other stuff. It can be internal or external. People, process, systems can be source of operational risk. Here are just some enumeration of how operational risk can occur. All right, let's pop quiz. What is the relationship between these pictures? Ewan McGregor, some earthquake damage, Singapore, a jersey, and then basketball player. Operational risk. Story time. Chat if you have some idea. All right, the answer is, this is the story of Nick Leeson in the Barings Bank. So what happened? There's a movie called The Rogue Trader. I'm sure you've, maybe you have watched it several years ago. Ang bida, sino? Si Ewan McGregor. What he's playing the title role of yung Rogue Trader, si Liam Neeson. Now, Liam Neeson is a trader of Barings Bank. Barings Bank is one of the oldest bank in the UK. Dati, bank siya ng royal family, Barings. Now, what happened is, they have a trading desk in Singapore, and this trading desk in Singapore is trading in futures and stock market. Now, what happened was they were invested heavily in the Nikkei futures. Nikkei is an index in Japan. Now, if you are invested in the Nikkei futures, of course, it's tied up on the market risk ng nangyayari sa futures sa Japan. What happened was, yung Nikkei futures na yon, nagkaroon ng earthquake. Saan yung epicenter? Sa Kobe, Japan. Kaya nandyan si Kobe Bryant. So nagkaroon ng earthquake sa Kobe, Japan. The Nikkei futures nosedive. They lost a lot of money. So it should have been a market risk. But why is this an operational risk? It's because yung trader na si Nick Leeson, what he did was, because he knew of the systems nila, he tried to hide the losses using some fake accounts called 88888 accounts. Now, yung jacket na yan is the trading jacket niyan, jersey. Now, it was auctioned off at quite a high price. But he tried to hide his losses using that 888 account. And he was hoping that some of his later trades magkakaroon ng gain. Pero hindi. So what happened was he was arrested. He was trying to escape on a flight to Malaysia, pero dakip siya. And then he spent years sa jail. He was diagnosed with some illness, critical illness, but he was able to overcome it. Then afterwards, he became a speaker. Naging speaker, talking about rogue trading, talking about lack of controls and whatnot. So na-turn around naman niya yung buhay niya. But the issue really was the operational risk on how was it possible that in a bank that have several layers of control, several layers of people looking at whether a certain transaction is legitimate or not, is able to hide big losses, millions of losses talaga. But he was able to do it. And that's operational risk. The reason was after some studies is because he was able to do two roles that should have been separate. Now, example, if in a given company, your treasurer and your auditor is the same, then it's difficult, right? Because you are auditing yourself. It's like him doing some roles that require, one role is to control the other. Of course, if it's done by one person, then there's no segregation of duties, and therefore you can do hanky-panky stuff and try to cover it. That's what he did. But of course, he got caught because the losses are so big that you cannot hide it. It's like trying to hide an elephant inside a freezer or in a small room. But then that's the question also, always in a given organization. How do you control for and manage operational risk? It's a call to everyone in an organization. How do you manage operational risk? Even individually to ourselves, how would we manage operational risk? Now, it's a very broad topic as well that I fear we don't have time for. Now, pasadaan ko lang ng very mabilis ito. In order to calculate with a single measurement, the risk in financial companies and corporates, they use a concept called VAR, which is called value at risk. Value at risk was developed by the bank called JP Morgan. The guy here that is like doing this is JP Morgan. Joseph Pierpont Morgan is one of the big bankers in the turn of the century in the US and is responsible for why the big banks in the US are as they are because of his personality. It's like a figure back then, one of the captains of the industry. The guy here on the top one, on the euro note, is a mathematician. Now, our peso, we have heroes, but interestingly, in the euro, they have here a mathematician by the name of Carl Gauss. If you examine closer, more closely, this value at risk here, the picture with Carl Gauss has a bell-shaped curve. Bell-shaped. What is the importance of this bell shape? This is it's called the normal distribution. It's a simple concept in statistics where they are able to use this for predicting phenomena that they say is normally distributed. Now it's a concept that has to be explained longer and more in depth. I usually explain it in another course on basics of normal distribution. But what they're saying is simply in phenomena like stock market or things, general physical things. There is a distribution that is what you can say a bell curve na pag nilagay mo middle is the average, the aggregation of most of the incidences are actually nasa middle, and there's a mathematical calculation of how much probability it will appear in a given interval. Like for example, alam niyo yung mga hinuhulog na mga balls into a yung when you look at it from a meron itong mga ano sa peryahan minsan na series of metal bearings. If you let it fall and it actually forms a dome into, if you let it fall into slots that are evenly spaced, it falls into a dome, which is what they say in statistics, that it appears a certain percentage of your phenomena can be observed in a given finite area, and the edges are the outliers, but most will appear in the middle. So he said this because it's a powerful concept. He formulated this, Carl Gauss. It's called the Gaussian bell curve. It's a powerful concept in statistics because with this, you are able to predict with a certain level of confidence that a certain phenomena will appear an X%. Now, the thing with this is because of these, many of the things that we talk about, like market risk, credit risk, and operational risk, if you superimpose the concept of probability distribution that is normal, you are now able, kanina, if you were taking down notes, particularly on credit risk, like the probability of default, if you use the statistical concept of normal distribution, you are now able to move away from trying to predict using manghuhula or some other whatever, but use mathematical, sort of like mathematical precision using statistics and say, oh, a certain percentage will occur here. Therefore, the probability of the distribution, given all else equal, would be something like this. Now, the financial world has become too reliant on this normal distribution, this assumption of normality. They have become too reliant on this one. Many of the models are using this as an assumption. Now, it's okay to assume this given a market that is benign. So yung market, for example, if it's not stressed, medyo okay lang, it's moving all right, you can assume that things can happen in a normally distributed way. But the problem with this is the models break down whenever there are crises. And ito ang paradox. During crisis, you really need to be able to measure these things more accurately. And during crisis is the precise time when these models don't give you accurate measurements, and they really like break down. All because during crisis, the assumption of normality does not hold anymore. Things are not normal. It's skewed one way or the other. What does it tell us is that there are events that are called black swan. The reason why I have this picture of black swan here is because of the concept introduced by, there's this writer called Nassim Nicholas Taleb. He introduced that more and more our world is defined by black swans rather than normality. It's like in the past, your climate is a little stable, but more and more, it's no longer stable. It's a world of VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, and many of these phenomena that you have assumed to be frequent and regular are no longer the norm. And these are called black swans. And these black swans are increasingly becoming not black swans, because by definitions, black swan is supposed to be those that are not predictable, not expected to occur, big time events. One of the things that was considered as a black swan was the great financial crisis. It's a black swan. People did not accurately predict it. People were complacent about it, and then boom, bulaga. There's the black swan. The COVID pandemic. People are saying, "Oh, we were not prepared for it. It was something that is not predictable and whatever." And then boom, you have 2.5 years of COVID, black swan events. What the risk management as a unit, as a function, is to somehow think about these black swan events, try to prepare for it, try to put some plan on how to deal with these events when they occur. The challenge really is, how do you plan for the entirety of spectrum of what could be? I don't think you can. No one can, unless you have unless you are Marty McFly in Back to the Future, where you can just take a peek of what's gonna happen in the future and then do whatever it is, and go back to the past and do whatever it is in the past that will save you from what's gonna happen in the future that is adverse to you. Then it's going to be always a guessing game. Now, the way it's being measured right now is a concept called value at risk. I'm not going to go through all of these, because these will actually entail for everyone to have a bit of background in this sort of math. But suffice it to say, it is a concept that is used as a single measure for risk in corporates, the value at risk. It's based on statistics. It's also based on some assumption of the distribution. Most of the assumption that's being used are distribution of normality. And as I've said, this normality is being challenged by actual turn of events. Even in the physical world, the idea of normal climate is no longer valid. More and more, we're seeing deserts that are flooded, rainforests that are being deserted, and many more things. Climate that are unpredictable. All right, we're not going to go through all of these value at risk. It's quite complicated maths, some of which would be partial differential equation, calculus. And I know many of us, after graduating college, never want to look back because of calculus. But let's end here in terms of what I wanted to present. All right. Just a few more minutes on regulations. So what I've now gone through is went through and give an introduction on the major types of risk: market risk, credit risk, operational risk, and then a single measure of risk called value at risk. Now, what is the impact of all of these risks, and what is the impact of all the crises brought about and highlighted by the mismanagement of this risk? It is the increased regulation. We are now living in an environment, an economic environment that have increasingly a lot of regulation. So maraming mga regulators. For example, in the Philippines, you have the central bank, you have the SEC. Globally, there's also the OCC in the US, the Office of the Controller. There's also the Fed, the Federal Reserve, and of course, in Geneva, there is, in Basel, Switzerland, there is the Bank for International Settlements, which is the governing body that issued these Basel Accords. So many of you might have heard about this, or maybe not, depending on your industry. But these Basel Accords are a way of regulators for ensuring that the system have enough buffers. Most of these is saying that, okay, as a financial institution or as a corporate, you need to have some funds ready available for instances where you have to deal with some of these market risk, credit risk, and operational risk. So essentially, these are, hey guys, you need to manage your financial position better by having more reserves. There are also some regulations before, like the Glass-Steagall, when they mandated the separation between investment banking and commercial banking, and Sarbanes-Oxley. These are also mandated by the regulators for companies to do more reporting, regular reporting, to make sure that the regulators can see what the companies are up to, so that they are able to say whether they are doing well in terms of managing the risk and also managing their finances. All right, so these are regulations. We went through quite a number of topics, various risks, the crisis demonstrating each one of these risks, a single measure of risk, which is VaR, and then of course the regulations. Now, I'd like to pause here, and then share some other screen from maybe share some history, because these ones are what you've seen so far are a bit on the theory side and on the academic side. Why don't we have some joyride into what happened in the market? What you're seeing here is the stock market of the S&P 500, which is the 500 largest companies in the US. This is the graph from way before, in 1983 all the way to the present. And as you can see, this is an indicator of the US economy as measured by the stocks. So this, you can see that there are lots of it has grown by leaps and bounds from 1998 all the way to now as a measure. If you use this as a measure of economic activity, of wealth generation, this you can see in graphs the trajectory of that growth. Let's see what happened here. Overall, it's been increasing, but what happened from 2020 all the way to, all right, from the peak here of Feb 2020, and then hit March 2020. What's this? This is the COVID. This is the onset of COVID. But from the onset of COVID until now, it has bounced back. Let's see the PSEI so that it's near home. This is the Philippine Stock Exchange Index, 30 biggest companies in the Philippines. This is the trajectory. Now, from 2007, itong downtrend na to, this is actually the financial crisis. From the financial crisis, we soared back 2009, 10, all the way to 2019. And what is this dip here? This is also the COVID. Now we're no longer at the depth of the COVID period. Nag-bounce back naman, but we're still not at the height seen in 2017. We have some tailwinds, headwinds in terms of going back there because, okay, let's see. All right, this is the graph of the interest rates in the Philippines. So during the time of COVID, the central bank has decreased the interest rate to almost 2%. So as you can see, it's parallel to what the Federal Reserve did back in 2001 when there was the 9/11. They lowered the interest rate very low. That's what happened to us also during COVID. As a response, the central bank said, we need to pump prime the economy and make sure that businesses are bullish again, low interest rate. But starting with the reopening and the COVID scare being less and less, the problem now is inflation. Inflation has gone up. In some measures, they say 10% in some areas. That's quite big. Your money losing power by 10%. So what they have done in a span of a few months, actually, less than a year, from 2%, our central bank has increased interest rate all the way now to 6.5. You see how quick that is? What that means is our inflation is very, very bad. Because for the central bank to increase interest rate from 2% to 6%, they're really battling an uphill battle. But past few months, they have sort of like just kept it at that rate. Maybe it's slowing down in terms of inflation. But this tells us that we're still battling inflation. Okay, anong risk natin dito? Market risk. We have market risk, which is interest rate risk. Interest rate risk can also be related to FX risk. Our currency will depreciate because if you have a very inflationary economy, your currency is also losing value, and by definition, it will have an impact in your FX risk. Your currency is depreciating. Okay, let's have a look at another graph. Inflation rate. Our inflation rate from 2000 to now. Okay. So from 2015 to 2017, this one is an increasing in inflation because the economy is growing, and whatnot. Then there was the sudden drop here during the time of the pandemic. Of course, there was a drop in inflation because there's also a drop in economic activity. There is also the time of money becoming maraming mga government aid pouring. So relatively, the prices are low. You have more people with more money, and the situation during the COVID, people are not also chasing a lot of goods. But because of the post-COVID aftermath, and there's the reopening of the economy, and also more and more of the money that has been like distributed during the COVID are now being spent and chasing a lot of goods, there is the spike in the inflation. So as you can see here, recent months, inflation is spiking. And if you look at regional differentials, some places are having inflation as high as 10%. So that's where we are right now. An economy where you have inflation that's being battled on as a post-COVID situation, and you have a central bank that's increasing interest rate to battle inflation. You also have many companies that are still struggling in terms of ability to increase their businesses because they have been shuttered down during the time of inflation. But there are signs that the economy is going back. Just have a look at logistics, and more people are going places. Tourism is also sort of like back. If you look at number of visitors to the Philippines, to the various beaches, there are signs of economic recovery, but of course the battle is on the inflation. Okay, so few things. Risk management is something that is our response to what's happening in the economy. The economy is going to just move along. Our economy is, although there are phases in the economy, it's now more characterized by higher volatility and higher uncertainty. So it becomes more and more important that we are able to manage our risk better. Okay, I will stop here in terms of my lecture. I try to squeeze as much as I can in in the hours that I've been given, but I'd like to open the floor for questions. Or if you don't want to ask the questions, you can just type it. Or if you like think of questions afterwards, just you can send an email via the organizers.
Okay, I guess the participants are still trying to compose their questions. Please feel free to post your questions here in our chat box, and I'll be the one to read these questions. Or
In my lectures, I usually do these in series. And what we've done for today is a crystallization of many sort of like lectures. But I hope that you guys had. Oh, okay. There's a question here. As an ordinary government employee, how can I cope up and lessen the effect of this rising inflation? Jerome Arevalo, FB Live. Cool. All right. How do we? The problem with us is that if you have an income that is fixed, the problem is if your expenses is rising, as much as you can, and this is not like something that is an advice that is true for everyone, but one thing that you can do, a few things. Number one, get a stock of all the expenses that you have. And two, also check on the income stream that you have. Now, the first thing that you have to do is check for all of your expenses, whether they are discretionary or they are needed. One of the exercise would be to check whether expenses are need or a want, and definitely one of the things that we need to be able to do is to save. And how do we do that? One tip would be to lessen all the discretionary first, and then focus on the things that are need. The other one is to not just focus on the expense, but focus on the earning potential that you have. And one thing that I've seen is what one need to do is to invest in oneself, invest in yourself in terms of skills that you are able to use to increase earning potential. Sometimes we spend a lot of things on nice vacation or a nice car or whatever, but these are not really increasing your earning potential. Of course, we wanted to make sure that our kids are in good school, or that they have clothes that their classmates will not make fun of. These are all good, but the number one thing is to increase the earning potential by increasing investment, or like thinking about skills that you are able to use to earn money. Use some of your spare cash for some investments. Of course, it's quite difficult to have investments if you are not if you don't have a lot of savings, but definitely to have some savings is better than to have none at all, or worse, to have a lot of debt. So number one, debt, minimize debt. Number two, increase earning potential by investing some time and money on skills and knowledge. Some of these knowledge and skills, you don't need to actually invest a lot of money, or you don't need to go to school, but it's freely available in internet. Maybe lesson time in Facebook and more time in some of these like seminars, like what BU is doing. And it is good that you guys are like attending these kinds of lectures. I guess that's all I can say. It's not something that's new. It's something that people have also been saying, but definitely living not above one's means will help.
Thank you, sir. There's another question from Dotis Palencia. The question is, this pertains to credit card. Is it true that there are banks who offered the credit card amnesty program in the Philippines? If there is, how can this program help a creditor? Thank you very much.
I'm not in the credit card business, and actually my company sold off the credit card business because we wanted to focus more on the investment banking side. But I would hazard a guess that there would be some credit cards who would like have amnesty program, but I'm not sure how much of amnesty, if you will, they will offer. Because if for example you have like a lot of debt in the credit card, the reason why they're gonna give you amnesty is because they are expecting that you will once again become a borrower, a user of their credit card. And if you are not, then it's not a good move to give you amnesty if after giving you amnesty, you're still gonna not be able to go back and become a credit card user and not pay, right? Definitely, it can help in a way if you give amnesty to two types of people, right? And it all depends on the person himself. If that person is given some chance of breathing space and that person takes that chance to improve himself, then it's a good move, because instead of killing the cow, you're simply prolong the cow's life and milk it. But if the person is really bad credit and you give amnesty, it's just writing off a loss rather than increasing business. So that is going to depend on the individual itself, right? It's no longer a general answer.
Thank you,
Okay,
sir. Another question, what's your forecast on the interest rates, and will the increase stop this second quarter?
The interest rate in terms of, I don't want to give a forecast because actually I'm not in the department of forecasts. But here's my opinion on it. The interest rate is tied up with the inflation. What the central bank is doing is fighting inflation. Now, for our so therefore, the question is not on the interest rate itself, but on the inflation. The question to us is the inflation going to tame down in the next quarter or so? So what I would be doing is looking at very closely the PMI, the CPI index, which is the consumer price index. Have a look at that and see whether the prices are still increasing. Now, if the prices are still increasing, you would have to expect that the interest rate is going to increase. But the problem is the central bank, the central bank's power in terms of taming inflation using interest rate has some limit at some point, because they cannot put interest rate infinitely very high. Now, central bank has three methods on how to go about in managing inflation and prices. One is interest rate. The other one is the supply, the money supply. The other one is buying of stuff in the open market, like securities in the open market. What we have seen so far is that the central bank is using the interest rate. It has now at quite a high level at 6.5%, and I have not seen it go to 10%. So somehow I feel that the rate of increase has decreased, but I don't want to say it will stop and reverse soon. It might stay there. The critical thing to look at is really inflation. And I don't want to make a forecast on what's going to happen in the inflation side. We have to ask actually the economists in terms of inflation. Then if the economists say that the inflation will taper, then interest rate will go down. The one thing that will actually change this is if the Philippines run into recession. If the Philippines run into recession and the economy shrinks, there would be a dilemma from the central bank, because it will be a situation where it's called a stagflation. So there's an inflation while the economy is shrinking, which actually is difficult to manage, because the economy is shrinking, you have to decrease interest rate. Inflation, you have to increase interest rate. So you are in a situation where which one is more important to you and more urgent and more critical at that point. So few things that can happen. If we run into recession and it threatens the economic growth, then the central bank can really cut interest rate very quickly. But if there's no recession, but the interest rates, the inflation is tapering down, then the central bank can cut gradually. It can cut gradually. So few scenarios can happen. And I don't have a crystal ball to to know which one will happen.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Another question from our Facebook viewer. What is the best business model to consider this time, considering high inflation?
I would say the best model that you have. I'm assuming that it's also related to what sort of like investment that you will put your money on, is something that is in inflation, that goes up with inflation, because you don't want to put your money in an investment that is not inflation correlated. One of the things would be, of course, stocks, because stocks is although in the short run it can be not correlated to inflation, in the long run, stock market will absorb inflationary pressure. The other one is if you have rental incomes, of course, it will increase rents if you have high inflation. Other businesses would be something that is growing with inflation. There are certain banks that offer inflation linker bonds, because one of the problems with bond investments is it's bad for inflation. Because if it's a fixed amount of money that you're going to receive at a specific time, inflation will eat up most of the interest income or accrued interest if the inflation is very high. So some banks would offer inflation linkers where the notional increases based on inflation increases. So it increases when the inflation increases. So those can be some of the models that you can, business models or business investments that you can consider during high inflation. But I would say if you are going to look at invest in some of the businesses, regardless of whether it's an inflationary period or not, the best way to look at it is on the management. Management, the investment, the operating style. Do you believe in that business or not? Because the best businesses are, they are good in whatever inflation climate it is. When you are considering to have an investment that is tied to what's happening in the market, you are a short-term investor. What it means is, oh, now I'm going to look at investments that are just for high inflation. What about when the inflation tapers down? Then it's going to be bad. If you are a serious investor and you need to put some of your money somewhere, consider a business that's good, whether it's high inflation or not high inflation, whether the economy is growing or not. Think about those companies that can do well. Now, if you are quite risk averse, you don't want, check out probably blue chip companies, companies that are big and well diversified. It might give you less return, but because of its diversification and it's big, it will be safer. So in summary, it's put your money where it's good, whether it's high inflation or not high inflation. Especially if you are putting your money that is your savings. Because I'm assuming that you are asking a question not as a trader, but as an investor of your own money. Because if you're a professional trader, of course, you will have trading strategies depending on the economic situation. There will be trading styles that are for high inflation environment, and there are trading styles that are for low inflation. Okay.
Thank you, sir. I guess this would be the last question. How can the small companies or businesses brace up against increasing regulatory requirements?
Actually, that's a problem, because to comply with regulatory requirements requires some investment in people, investment in this or that or whatever. That's always been the case with small businesses. Now, the regulatory requirements that I've presented are usually for multinational companies that are big. But if you're talking about small businesses in the Philippines, these are governed by regulatory requirements by the LGUs in Philippines, Philippine laws, like the co-op, the law on cooperatives, the law on some requirements by DTI and SEC and whatnot. Assuming that these are also onerous, that they also they're also onerous. I won't advise, of course, because this is an academic discourse, to pay off people. But although it's a reality in the Philippines that for things to happen, you have to pay off certain individuals for certain things to be facilitated. But what I can say, without advising to go to that practice, is for every income that you have, put some budget on this for this. And of course, it's also not good to be paying fines. So better to follow the rules rather than risk paying fines. It's generally a good financial position management in order to be able to pay for this, because most of this really is a question of budget. When you ask small companies, the reason why they're not following some of the rules, for example, on waste segregation or whatever, is really they don't have enough money. So I would say that the best way to do it is to make sure that you are in a financially stable situation, because the first to go is really all these good to haves. Whenever you are in a small company, small businesses, the first that you don't try to put your money on are these good to haves. Oh, there's another question.
Yes, this is from Sir Nel Banya. With regards to the operational risk, being expert on risk management, how do you manage or how do you develop mitigation plans to address operational risk, especially during the pandemic? Some of the small businesses establishments were closed.
Just a small story. When the pandemic struck, because my team is a team that supports global business, one of the things that I was listening intently, I have a colleague in Shanghai, was that 2 weeks before the close down of Manila, my colleague in Shanghai told me that, they are going into a lockdown in Shanghai. 2 weeks before that lockdown, 2 weeks before that happened in Manila. And the moment I heard about the lockdown in Shanghai, what I did was think about, what if that happened in Manila? Can the operations of my team continue? So the first thing that we identified is that, are we able to work from home? Many didn't yet, because it's not part of their kaugalian to work from home. They just go to the office and really work in the office. What I did was require everyone. From that time on, I said, everyone needs to be able to work from home right away. So within 1 week, everyone was able to work from home, although the internet access was problem. And then when the pandemic struck and Manila really closed down, my team, my department was able to just seamlessly work from home. So what I'm saying is, some of these things you can not 100% forecast, but you can plan for. One of the things you can do is do some scenario analysis. Think about the worst scenario that can happen to you, and where are your vulnerability are. When during that time, the first thing that I was able to identify is that we are vulnerable in terms of working mode, which is we were dependent to a large extent to be working in the office. So therefore, the logical conclusion there is remove the dependence on being in the office and then push everyone to be able to work from home, which we did. And it really happened. Now, you cannot foresee everything that's going to happen, but as management, you need to have some time in terms of analysis of scenarios. So there are departments in the larger banks and larger companies that are dedicated to all of these, like what could be. Now, the problem is, if you are a small company, most of the time you are focused on what is. You're not focused too much on what could be, because sometimes what could be might not happen. And what could be is full of hopes, dreams, aspirations, and pagsasawalang bahala. But what I can say is, given this world of uncertainty, what is can turn out very quickly the opposite, and the what could be very adversarial, could be very adverse. What could be like life-threatening. So operational risk, you have to really think about the what could be, plan for scenarios. The other one is look at the entire workflow or data flow, data flow, and whatnot of the processes in your company. Look at each of these segments of these processes and think about what could go wrong. One of the things that I push as an exercise to my people is on a regular basis, we ask the question, what could go wrong? Here's your process. What are the things here that could go wrong? You list them up, and then you think about, okay, if these are the things that can go wrong, what should I be doing? Should we change the process? Should we put another compensating control? And those are up to you. So little by little, you minimize the risk of big blow-ups. So I guess it's also still a concern because all of these exercise would need some funds, some resources, and whatnot. But it's not, you cannot afford not to do it. Think about ways to plan for that you can manage the amount of cash outlay, but some of which can be just a matter of design, which you don't need to pay for in terms of cash, but it's a matter of some simple adjustments. Now, you have to remember that some simple adjustments can go long way. Like a boat, a simple adjustment on the rudder can change the entire direction. So I would think, look at and analyze your processes. Also think about the people, whether they are the right people in the right set of work. And then do the what if question. So what if, what could go wrong, those things. And do this while there's no crisis yet. It's also lucky sometimes because I've received the advance information about what happened in Shanghai. But if I did not receive that information, maybe we will have some problems in the beginning. It would not have been as smooth, but we will, of course, address it. All right.
Okay, so that's a wrap for our question and answer portion. Again, I would like to ask the participants to give Mr. Denny Mirabueno a virtual hand of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for providing us a clear structure of identifying risks in advance and how to analyze them. This will truly aid us to achieve an important decision making. And to express our gratitude and appreciation for your time, sir, we would like to award the Certificate of Appreciation. The citation reads, Republic of the Philippines, Bicol University, Open University, in cooperation with Bicol University Extension and Management Division, Legazpi City, Albay. Certificate of Commendation. This certificate is awarded to Danley Sider A. Mirabueno, CPA FRM, for extending his time, effort, knowledge, and expertise as a resource speaker, which contributed substantially to the success of the 3-day training entitled International Webinar on Organizations' Resiliency, Inclusivity, and Sustainability towards ESG, or the Environment, Social, and Governance, held on April 18 to 20, 2023, given this 18th day of April 2023 at Legazpi City, Albay, Bicol Region, Philippines. Signed by Jose Carlo B. Lavapi, and Ramses Amilorino, the Dean of the Bicol University, Open University, Rowena F. Zoilo, the Director of the BU Extension and Management Division, and Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin D. Nebres, the SUC President 4 of Bicol University. Again, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And we would also like to grab this opportunity to inform our participants that we still have the part 2 of our webinar this afternoon. After the health break, please be back. And we would also like to remind to please rename your, once you entered our Zoom meeting, to your program underscore your name or your agency underscore your name. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a hearty lunch.
Bawat biyuwen yung nandirito, taglay mo ang galing na sigurado. Kahit saan man mapunta, galing mo ay ipapamala. Tunay kay tatak biyuwen nyo.
Kahit subukin man ang panahon, sabay-sabay pa rin tayong aahon. Dahil kailan may hindi nawawala pagmamahal natin sa isa't isa.
Biyuwen nyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. So'y nagniningning ng biyuwen ng magaling. Ikaw at ako, biyuwen na tayo. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuwen nyo ay di kumukupas. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuwen nyo ay di kumukupas. Lahat susungit, lahat ay kakayanin.
Tulong-tulong abutin mga hangarin natin. Tayo'y handang matuto, kailan may hindi suko. Sa galing ng pamumuno, tayo'y naging buo.
Maan man ng maraming taon, tayo'y pinagtitibay ng panahon. Kahit tayo ay magkakaiba,
Ngunit tayo pa rin ay nagkakaisa.
biyuwen nyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. Puso'y nagniningning ng biyuwen yung magaling. Ikaw at ako, biyuwen na tayo. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuwen nyo ay di kumukupas. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuwen nyo ay di kumukupas. Biyuwen nyo,
Orgulyo ikulan umintatak oragon sa inmandarhon. Daima padaog sa narok sa rabay may paglaom sa gabos dahil naman ang gandang tunay na utak na biyuwen nyo. Pag sinabing biyuwen nyo magaling, siguradong titingalain na mamutawi ang pag-ibig sa iyong puso pagkat ikaw ay isang tunay na biyuwen nyo.
Ibang klase ang galing-galing ng biyuwen nyo. Kayang pagmalaki kahit kanino. Taas noo sa kabutihan ng iyong puso. Kahit saan man dalhin ng mundo.
Biyuwen nyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. So'y nagniningning ng biyuwen ng magaling. Ikaw at ako, biyuwen na tayo. Biyuwen nyo, Bawat biyuwen yung nandirito, taglay mo ang galing na sigurado. Kahit saan man mapunta, galing mo ay ipapamalas. Tunay kay tatak, biyuwen nyo.
Kahit lubukin man ang panahon, sabay-sabay pa rin tayong aahon. Dahil kailan may hindi nawawala pagmamahal natin sa isa't isa.
Biyuwen nyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. So'y nagniningning ng biyuwen ng magaling. Ikaw at ako, biyuwen na tayo. Panahon, oras ay lamig.
Sumasayaw ang langit habang lupa'y umaawi. Sumasayaw ang langit habang lupa'y umaawi. Ilog ng mga ulap, hinipan ng hangin, uni ng mga ibon, naglalakbay sa kapawid. May sarap mabuhay sa ilalim ng nag-iisang mundong makulay. Sayaw, sayaw, sumasayaw ang langit, kay aming dahilan upang mag-iwang. Tayo ay pinag-isa ng langit, lupa, kalikasan at kultura. Sayaw, sayaw, sumasayaw ang langit, kay aming dahilan upang mag-iwang. Tayo ay pinag-isa ng langit, lupa, kalikasan at kultura. Lupa ay nilalamig ng mga awitin, lahat na paiindak sa saya ng himig. Kay sarap ng buhay na inaalay sa pasasalamat at pagpupugay. Sayaw, sayaw, sumasayaw ang langit, kay raming dahilan upang mag-iwang. Tayo ay pinag-isa ng langit, lupa, kalikasan at kultura. Sayaw, sayaw, sumasayaw ang langit, kay raming dahilan upang mag-iwang. Tayo ay pinag-isa ng langit, lupa, kalikasan at kultura. Sayaw, sayaw, sumasayaw ang langit, kay raming dahilan upang mag-iwang. Tayo ay pinag-isa ng langit, lupa, kalikasan at kultura. Sayaw, sayaw, sumasayaw ang
Bawat biyuin yung nandirito, taglay mo ang galing na sigurado. Kahit saan man mapunta, galing mo ay ipapamala. Tunay kay tatak biyuin nyo.
Kahit subukin man ang panahon, sabay-sabay pa rin tayong aahon. Dahil kailan may hindi nawawala pagmamahal natin sa isa't isa.
Biyuin nyo, halina't sumabay sa tutuwin ng ating tagumpay. So'y nagniningning ng biyuin ng magaling. Ikaw at ako, biyuin na tayo. Panahon, oras ay luminip
Sayaw, sayaw, sumasayaw ang langit, teraking dahilan upang magdiwang tayo'y mag-isa ng langit upang kalikasan at pagmulahay. Sayaw, sayaw, sumasayaw
Everyone, I hope you had a hearty lunch. Thank you once again for joining our afternoon session for today's webinar. I would like to remind everyone to please rename in this format, program or agency underscore your name. We would like to remind each participant to please follow this format for us to monitor
Recording in
the
progress.
attendees of this webinar. Again, for those who just recently joined, please rename in this format your program or agency underscore your name. We would also like to acknowledge other participants outside the academe. Thank you and welcome to our afternoon session of this webinar. While we're waiting for other folks to join our session for this afternoon, we'll have some icebreakers. And I bet you don't want to miss the prizes that we'll be giving away for this icebreaker. Let me share my screen. Kindly let me know if you are seeing my screen on your end.
Yes po.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that response. Okay, so apparently the one that you are seeing in your screen is a rebus puzzle. So let's have an icebreaker through this game. And any of the participants are free to unmute their mic for this game. So first, Who's up for the first puzzle? You may raise your hand so we could acknowledge you. Okay, or you could use our chat box rather to express your thoughts regarding this. Okay, for the first puzzle, who's up for the first puzzle? And for the prize, of course, if you would answer correctly this puzzle. Okay, so I guess I just need to choose one out of the 200 plus participants. Okay, can I call on first on my screen? Okay, so let's have Ma'am Desiree Ada. Hello, Ma'am Desiree. Okay, so let's move on to Ma'am Laureline Botabara. Ma'am? Okay, so let's move on to the next player. Ma'am Giselle Verdiflor. Hello, ma'am. Hello, Ma'am Giselle. Okay, so let's call on other participants. Let's have Ma'am Lizelle Camille Relyama. Hello, ma'am. Hi, Ma'am Lizelle. I guess other participants are still having their hearty lunch. Okay, let's call on Ma'am Jolly Bola. Hello, Ma'am Jolly. So for this game, you'll just have to guess the puzzle, and we'll reveal the answer for this one, for each puzzle. So as you can see, there are words, but it doesn't literally mean that it's the answer. Who would like to have a wide guess for this one? Okay, so I guess we'll have a sample game for this. So for the first puzzle, the answer is Space Invaders. So that's the thought of the game. Okay, so I'll call on another participant. Okay. For the other technical committees, please let me know if there is a question, an answer from the chat box. Okay, so there are other other answers or participants trying to answer the puzzle. Okay, moving forward for the next puzzle, I guess there's a wide guess from our participants. So from Mr. Arnel. Okay, so I guess Mr. Arnel Branya is really fond of this a game, the Rebus puzzles. So rising economy. Rising economy is correct. A growing economy. Yan. Okay. So I would award the prize to Ma'am Sheena Botalon. Ma'am Sheena, kindly send me a message, PM me your GCash number, and we will send you the prize for the correct answer. Okay, thank you for your participations. Another one, please, Ma'am Sheena, don't forget to send me the details so you could have your prize. Next, puzzle. Let's have this one. You could freely. Okay, so let's see. For puzzle 3. Okay, so let's see if Sir Ricky Luterte got the correct answer. Okay, so Sir Ricky, please PM me your GCash number. You are correct. Life begins at 40. So we already have 2 winners. We'll look for another two more before we continue to have our webinar for this afternoon, while also waiting for other participants. For the 4th puzzle, any guess? You're welcome, Sir Ricky. Any guess for the 4th puzzle? Let's see if Sir Alizar get the correct answer. He bet that the answer is missing you. Let's see. Right. You got it, Sir Alizar. Please PM me your GCash number. Okay. Forget and forgive is wrong. Okay, so let's move on to the 5th puzzle. Oh, I just realized that your answer for that is on the 5th puzzle. Okay, so let's see. You have sharp eyes for this one. Okay, so the correct answer is forgive and forget. And the first participant who's been able to answer the puzzle correctly is none other than Sir John Marco from DepEd Albay. Thank you so much, Sir John. Please PM me your details, GCash number, so I could send the prize. Okay, last but not the least, let's have the last puzzle. Let's see. Okay, so we have the first answer that we have here is falling in love from Ma'am Vanessa. So let's see if it's correct. All right, falling in love. So you got it right, Ma'am Vanessa. Please PM me your details so we could send the prize to your number. Okay. Okay, right, that's correct. So I guess we'll have another round of game or icebreaker, but in another game, not Rebus Puzzle. So please share this meeting link to your friends. And just an FYI to other participants, we just have 300 slot for this webinar. And for others who would not be able to join, we have a Facebook Live via Bicol University. So for others who would not be able to join due to the capacity of our Zoom link, please inform them to join via Facebook Live. And once again, congratulations to the winners. We still have a lot of prizes for everyone. And thank you for your participation to our game or our icebreaker. Also, a gentle reminder for our participants to please register, and the registration link will be posted once again in our chat box. Thank you very much.
Sa bawat biyuwen yung nandirito, taglay mo ang galing na sigurado. Kahit saan man mapunta, galing mo ay ipapamalas. Tunay kay tatak biyuwen nyo.
Kahit subukin man ang panahon, sabay-sabay pa rin tayong aahon. Dahil kailan may hindi nawawala pagmamahal natin sa isa't isa.
Biyuwen nyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. So'y nagniningning ng biyuwen ng magaling. Ikaw at ako, biyuwen na tayo. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuwen nyo ay di kumukupas. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuwen nyo ay di kumukupas. Lahat susungin, lahat ay kakayanin.
Tulong-tulong abutin mga hangarin natin. Tayo'y handang matuto, kailan may hindi suko. Sa galing ng pamumuno, tayo'y naging buo. Maan man ng maraming taon,
Tayo'y pinagtitibay ng panahon.
kahit tayo ay magkakaiba, ngunit tayo pa rin ay nagkakaisa.
Biyuwen nyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. Puso'y naglilinig ng biyuwen yung magaling. Ikaw at ako, biyuwen na tayo. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuwen nyo ay di kumukupas. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuwen nyo ay di kumukupas. Biyuwen nyo,
Orgulyo Bicolano, Mindanao, Oragon sa Inmandarhon. Daima padaog sa narok, sa rabay, may paglaong sa gabos. Dahil naman ang gandang tunay na utak na biyuwen nyo. Pag sinabing biyuwen nyo, magaling siguradong titingalain na mamutawi ang pag-ibig sa iyong puso. Pagkat ikaw ay isang tunay na biyuwen nyo.
Ibang klase ang galing-galing ng biyuwen nyo. Kayang pagmalaki kahit kanino. Taas noo sa kabutihan ng iyong puso. Kahit saan man dalhin ang mundo.
oh, 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 oh. Sa bawat biyuwen yung nandirito, taglay mo ang galing na sigurado. Kahit saan man mapunta, galing mo ay ipapamala. Tunay kay tatak biyuwen nyo.
Kahit subukin man ang panahon, sabay-sabay pa rin tayong aahon. Dahil kailan may hindi nawawala pagmamahal natin sa isa't isa.
Biyuwen nyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. So'y nagniningin ng biyuwen yung magaling. Ikaw at ako, biyuwen na tayo. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuwen nyo ay di kumukupas. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuwen nyo ay di kumukupas. Oh, 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 lahat susungit, lahat ay kakayanin.
Tulong-tulong abutin mga hangarin natin. Tayo'y handang matuto, kailan may hindi suko. Sa galing ng pamuno, tayo'y naging buo. Maan man ng maraming taon,
Tayo'y pinagtitibay ng panahon.
kahit tayo ay magkakaiba, ngunit tayo pa rin ay nagkakaisa.
Biyuwen nyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. Puso'y nagningning ng biyuwen yung magaling. Ikaw at ako, biyuwen na tayo. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuwen nyo ay di kumukupas. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuwen nyo ay di kumukupas. Biyuwen nyo,
Orgulyo ikula numindatak oragon sa inmandarhon na imapadaog sa narok sa rabay may paglaom sa gabos dahil man ang gandang tunay na utak na biyuwen nyo. Pag sinabing biyuwen nyo magaling, siguradong titingalain na mumutawi ang pag-ibig sa iyong puso pagkat ikaw ay isang tunay na biyuwen nyo.
Ibang klase ang galing-galing ng biyuhen nyo. Kayang pagmalaki kahit kanino. Taas noo sa kabutihan ng iyong puso. Kahit saan man dalhin ang mundo.
biyuwen nyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. So'y nagningning ng biyuwen yung magaling. Ikaw at ako, biyuwen na tayo. Biyuwen nyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. So'y nagningning ng biyuwen yung magaling.
Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuhen nyo ay di kumukupas. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuhen nyo ay di kumukupas. Ay di kumukupas.
Once again, good afternoon, everyone. Our second resource speaker for today's webinar this afternoon is a global columnist, academic, and policy advisor. He is currently a senior lecturer at the University of the Philippines Asian Center, formerly a research fellow at National Chengchi University in Taiwan, and has delivered lectures at world's leading universities, including Harvard, Stanford, Columbia, and Beijing universities. He's a columnist at the Philippine Daily Inquirer, analyst at GMA Network, and has written for the world's leading publications, including the New York Times, Washington Post, The Guardian, and Foreign Affairs. He is a regular contributor to Al Jazeera English, Nikkei Asian Review, South China Morning Post, and the Straits Times. His latest books are The Asia's New Battlefield, Z 2015, The Rise of Duterte, A Populist Revolt Against Elite Democracy. Friends, help me welcome, with virtual round of applause, none other than Mr. Richard Heydarian.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're okay. So, inayos ko pa yung charger ko. Nagsimula na pala eh. Sorry, naka-silent kasi yung laptop ko. I just came from another panel talk. I'll have another talk right after this. So, pasensya na if hindi ako naka-join sa inyo in person. Again, it's a pleasure to join folks, especially students, especially Jan sa Bicol, which is, of course, close to our heart. I think, was it back in 2015? It was the last time I was there in person. So God willing, in the future, hopefully I can join you guys in person para, it's always different when it's in person. Now, I was asked to give a presentation quite in general about geopolitics, and also I thought maybe one thing that we can talk about today is what you can call the new Cold War. So I think competition sa pagitan ng America at China, the two most powerful countries that we know, and most likely the two most powerful countries for the foreseeable future way into the 21st century. Now, medyo mahaba yung time yata natin. But I want to make sure na hindi tayo ma-bored masyado. Now, if you may permit me, siguro mag-presentation ako ng around 40-45 minutes. And then we'll open it up for discussion until 3 p.m. your time. And then habal na lang ako with my other talks. Now, obviously, a part of me wants to have even more time for question and answer. Hindi ko sure kung, Wait, mute ba ako all this time? All right. Thank you very much again. I was mute pala all this time. Maraming salamat again for your kind invitation. It was always a pleasure to join you folks there sa Bicol University. The last time I was there was, I think, back in 2015. So it's a pleasure to be back, although hopefully more in-person time in the future. Now, I was given a general topic to talk about geopolitics, but alam ko, baka ma-bored kayo dyan kung masyadong mahaba yung presentation ko. So I'll try to keep my presentation as short as possible, let's say 30 to 45 minutes max, and then opening it up for discussion. Ang takot ko lang kasi, I would prefer to just give a 15 minutes lecture and then discussion right away. But I'm not sure, baka mamaya hindi nyo ma-appreciate yung presentation, biglang walang question or maging silent tayo. So just to make sure that I make myself useful over the next hour or so, let me just first make a presentation and then let's go to the question and answer portion. Is that okay? Okay. Narinig niyo ako? Am I clear? All right. So I thought for a perfect topic to discuss today is what you call the new Cold War. So I think competition between US and China. I think US and China will remain as the most powerful countries for way into the foreseeable future, siguro way into the 21st century. So it's important to talk about what's happening between these two countries. Now, I have written extensively, I've made vlogs, I've had podcasts, a lot of discussion about new Cold War, but it's a pleasure to discuss this directly with you guys. Again, please do not take lecturers as kind of a gospel. No, we're just ordinary people, supposed experts. We have our own opinion, ideas, but feel free to challenge my ideas. Feel free to come up with your alternative points of view. No problem with that. In fact, I constantly debate with myself. Sometimes I wonder, is this the right way of looking at it? Are we making sure that we have a scientific bias rather than an ideological bias? Now, bakit mahalaga din itong issue ng new Cold War? Because I will relate this, and because it is related to yung Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, particularly the expanded version of the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement sa ilalim ni Pangulong Marcos Jr. Now, this is also important in light of the fact that over the past 10 years, we have had major swings in Philippine foreign policy. So sa panon ni Pangulong Aquino, Benigno Aquino III, the late president, God bless his soul, we had quite a tough stance against China and a very robust relationship with the US. Under President Marcos Jr., of course, we moved in almost the opposite direction, at least as far as the rhetoric, orientation, and preference of the president himself is concerned. Although I would argue that the Duterte administration in general had a much more complicated approach to the US and China competition. Ngayon naman sa ilalim ni Pangulong Marcos Jr., we have a different approach. Our approach here is try to keep a friendly rhetoric and robust economic relationship with China. Pero gusto talaga natin na palakasin din itong mga alyansa natin, especially with traditional allies like United States. But from my understanding, from my interviews with top people in the Marcos administration, we want to also build our relationship with other major powers in this part of the world, particularly Japan. I think Japan is a big country that we want to deal with in the coming years or so, but also Australia, also Europe, India. Not many people talk about India and the Philippines, but actually India is a major power to reckon with. India has officially become the most populated country on earth. So officially, hindi na po China, India na po most populated country or largest nation by that matter. And of course, not to mention South Korea. No, in fact, currently I'm here in a conference abroad with our Korean counterparts discussing the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, etc. Now, para hindi kayo masyadong mabore kasi at hindi tayo ma-overexpose, it's not me just talking all the time. Let me just do a PowerPoint presentation very quickly about the new Cold War. Now, alam ko diverse yung audience natin dito. Hindi ko matansya kung anong exactly po yung level of appreciation nyo. Kaya gusto ko in person kasi pag in person ka, makikita mo yung mga itsura ng mga audience mo. Makikita mo kung nakaka-relate ka sa kanila. Makikita mo kung na-appreciate nilang sinasabi mo. Makikita mo kung na-antok sila sa'yo. Diba? So, since I cannot see you guys, I'm just hoping that, you know, this kind of resonates with you. So I'll throw out a number of ideas out there, but please feel free to get back to me or even back at me if you don't agree with me whatsoever. So I'm just gonna lay out things, no, yung big picture, and then tingnan natin dun sa discussion natin anong mga bagay-bagay na interesado kayo. All right, so this is just gonna be an overarching view. Sorry. Okay. Do you guys see it? Sorry about my. Okay. So I'm just gonna. Mahaba tong slides na to, so I'm just gonna go to the key points. So what I want to discuss is the new Cold War. Now, first of all, itong issue ng new Cold War is actually very controversial because sinasabi ng iba, the last time we had a Cold War between the Soviet Union and the United States. Soviet Union, yung core niya is Russia. Back then, there was a clear ideological disagreement between the US and the Soviet Union because the Soviet Union believed in a non-capitalist socialist system. Now, we can debate about what socialism, but essentially in a socialist system, the state controls the economy. Habang ang Amerika naman and its allies push for capitalism, whereby essentially private business and private property is the anchor of economic productivity. So two radically different systems. No, one inspired by the works of Karl Marx and Lenin, another one inspired by the works of many people, among them, most especially Adam Smith, right? So two radically different conceptions of social organization and how we should approach economic activity and what is the good when it comes to governance, right? That opposition was very clear between the Soviet Union and the United States, and the Soviet Union and the United States almost came to blows in the 1960s during the Cuban Missile Crisis, when Soviet Union was about to give nuclear weapons or suspected to be on the verge of giving nuclear missiles to Cuba, which is a small communist country just across Florida, right? So if you go to Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean, it's more or less around that area. Okay, now, so many are saying, bakit mo sasabing new Cold War? Hindi naman ganun yung opposition between China and US. Because if you look at China, it's also a capitalist system, except there's higher level of state regulation of the economy compared to the United States. Now, I have my own disagreement with that because I would say that was the case in China 3-4 years ago, but I think China now is really moving towards a really distinct system that is hard to call capitalism. Nevertheless, economic productivity, getting rich, entrepreneurship, these were the engines of social activity in China over the past 4 decades or so, since China opened up to the world under Deng Xiaoping and after the passing of Mao Zedong. So I would say, well, if you look at China, yes, there's more state regulation, but also in Scandinavian countries like Sweden, or in Western European countries like Germany, you have tremendous amount of state intervention in the economy. You also have the dirigist system or statist system in France, for instance. So some would say the ideological difference between China and the US is not as stark as was the case during the original Cold War. Not to mention, it's not like you have China going around the world and trying to spread the Chinese version of social organization. Again, I have some disagreements with that because I think under President Xi Jinping, things again are changing. China is much more preachy. China is talking about its own model of development in ways it was not 10, 15, 20, or even 5 years ago. But still, I will agree to a certain degree that the ideological opposition between China and the US is nowhere close to what it was between Soviet Union and the US. That's one. The second, and I think even more important point is this. The Soviet Union was essentially a parallel system. It didn't have much of trade with the United States. It had a lot of trade with Europe, but Soviet Union was not really integral to the global economy, at least not in ways that China is. So if you look at China today, it's absolutely integral to global economy. And by the way, China and US, that relationship, that's one of the biggest trading relationship on earth, right? So China is the second or third largest holder of American debt, and America is among top 3 biggest export destination for China next to Europe. So we never had anything like that during the original Cold War. You know, Soviet Union, it was not a sophisticated economy. It was mostly export-oriented, military-oriented. Para ma-appreciate niyo yung sinasabi ko, imagine North Korea, but a giant North Korea. That was more or less what Soviet Union was, but a little bit less crazy than North Korea as we know it today. No, I mean, I've been in North Korea, so I'm telling you, I'm not basing this on documentaries. It is quite a strange place, right? It's a totalitarian system under the Kim dynasty. Now, Soviet Union was not that crazy. There was still collective leadership. But Soviet Union never had what you guys know today. A lot of us actually use Chinese phone today, right? If you look at the Philippine market, for instance, Xiaomi, Oppo, not as much Huawei, but Chinese brands completely dominate the electronics markets in the Philippines, especially in terms of cell phones, right? We see Chinese cars, more and more Chinese cars dominating the landscape in the Philippines. Geely, for instance, this very mini SUV car that has caught the attention of a lot of people and has created new craze in the Philippines. So if you look at China, China is not just a major military power, it's a massive economic power. And China in the past 5 to 10 years is not only an assembly factory for global brands like Samsung, like Apple. So some of us who may have Samsung or Apple, you'll still see it's made in China, but actually it's just assembled in China. But the design and the core technology is from South Korea if it's Samsung, from California, US if it's Hyphon. But no, China is not just assembling other countries' brand. China is developing its own brand. So Huawei today is one of the leading brands when it comes to telecommunication network, right? Chinese cars like BYD, for instance, is one of the leading cars when it comes to electric vehicles, right? So I saw a BYD car, my neighbor ako na may BYD car. It looks absolutely beautiful. And so, I mean, if nag-feeling ka na gusto mo mag-Tesla and then nakita mo yung BYD ng China, which by the way has investors from US all around the world, it's really cutting edge and the price is not cheap, but it's competitive. Who knows? Maybe one day we will be comfortable with buying Chinese cars over Japanese cars. So China is coming in very, very strong in terms of becoming a major producer of global technology, right? And not to mention, China also has the Belt and Road Initiative, under which it's developing highways, basic infrastructure, airports, telecommunication networks. So Huawei and ZTE essentially are the basis for yung Globe and Smart natin, gumagamit sila ng Chinese telecommunication, not Siemens, not wala na Motorola ng US. So what they're using is they're using essentially Chinese technology, Huawei, or ZTE, especially for 5G. No, so Soviet Union was never like that. I mean, if you were born during the Cold War period, by the way, I was not also born during the Cold War period. Most of us are post-Cold War kids or born towards the end of the Cold War. Cold War ended in 1991 when the collapse ng Soviet Union. So I was just born few years before that. So if you look at it, during that time, the idea that we're using Russian cars like Lada or Russian telecommunications, televisions, no, Russia was not. Soviet Union was never in that position, but China is. So many are saying China and US and China and the world are so mutually dependent, and China is so integral to the global economy that a Cold War is close to impossible or highly unlikely. And a war is self-destructive, not only militarily, because both sides have nuclear weapons, US and China, but also economically. There's no way that US can hurt China without hurting itself, or China hurting US without hurting itself, because China needs US for a lot of high-tech semiconductor technology, among others, for design, for human capital, but especially exports. Without the American market, where is China going to sell all of those products, high-end products, especially more expensive products, right? At the same time, US also needs China for producing a lot of materials that its companies make a lot of profit on. Now, having said all of those things, my contention is that this is actually the real Cold War. Why? Because the Cold War, so-called Cold War between the Soviet Union and Soviet Union and US, that was never really a real competition. It was never cold because there was a lot of war between the two, but through their proxies. So think of war in Vietnam, which was backed by the US, backed by China and Soviet Union against the US initially. And then later on, of course, it metamorphosed into something totally crazier, right? Where you had a situation whereby China and US teaming up against the Soviet Union backing North Vietnam, which became essentially dominated the entire Vietnam. So if you look at it, Cold War was a misnomer because it was never really cold. There was a lot of hot wars happening in the post-colonial world in behalf of the two superpowers. I can also talk about the Afghanistan war, for instance. So Soviet Union intervened in Afghanistan in 1980s to support its proxies there, or socialist communist government. And then the US supported Islamist groups, and some of them later on turned out to become Al-Qaeda, right? So actually US kind of contributed to the rise of Al-Qaeda if you look at the history of Afghan war, right? That was a proxy war. So if you watch the Hollywood movie Charlie Wilson's War, you'll know about what I'm talking about. So there's so many Hollywood movies about Vietnam War and Afghan war, especially more recently, both the 1980s war and the more recent war. Those were proxy wars between Soviet Union and US. They were not cold. Many died. Tens of millions of people died in the post-colonial world, right? In the Philippines, in fact, the communist movement in the Philippines back in the day was also supported by Soviet Union and also by China. So they also had their proxy wars in our country for a long time, although that stopped later on towards the 70s and 80s, not much support. Komplikado na yan, baka ma-red-tag na tayo. Mag-move on. So my contention is that the original Cold War was not really cold. There was a lot of hot wars happening. But B, more importantly, Soviet Union was never really in a position to match the US. Hindi siya pantay na laban eh. Parang welterweight versus heavyweight eh. Hindi siya fair. It's like, magaling si Pacquiao, but it's like putting Pacquiao next to Tyson. They're two different weight class. They're not the same weight class. Soviet Union's economy was barely as big as Europe and Japan. Forget about US plus Japan plus Europe, the entire NATO. No, there was no match. Soviet Union had military power, but economically, technologically, it was never even close to becoming a real peer of US. China is a completely different issue. China is a highly sophisticated economy. They're building the most high-end economies. The reason sinasabi ko yun, kasi alam ko sa Pilipinas, meron tayong parang stigma. Made in China. Fake, ganyan. Guys, you have to pay attention to how fast China is catching up, no? 10 years ago, how many of us knew about Huawei? Xiaomi was just built in 2012. Now it has production capacity similar to iPhone. Geely cars, Chinese BYD cars. These were just assembly lines back in the day. Now they're competing with the Teslas and BMWs of this world, right? So don't underestimate China. They're catching up very, very fast. And in certain areas like artificial intelligence, surveillance camera, they're way ahead. If you're Davao, for instance, you will, if I'm not mistaken, Huawei systems yung ginagamit nila sa Davao for their surveillance against traffic violations, against crime, etc., even to detect yung mga terrorists, etc. Ang ginagamit nilang cameras are Chinese because the Chinese cameras are very, very advanced. Yung surveillance camera systems nila sa Huawei. So what I'm saying here is that actually, if you look at China, they're the real competition to US in ways the Soviet Union never was. The Chinese economy is almost as large as that of the US. It's bigger than that of US if you use so-called purchasing power parity, which is, kasi, I mean, just to simplify it, yung isang McDonald's in the US, na $1, let's say, kunyari, in China, with 50 cents, you can get the same Big Mac burger, right? Just as an example. So that means the actual value of Chinese money is twice than it comes off in normal exchange rate. So what's the implication of that? So when China says my military spending is $200 billion and US is $700 billion, actually the real spending of China, just the declared one, should be actually $400 or $500 billion, because China produces most of its military technology with its own money. So what takes $1 to make a tank that takes, let's say, $1 million to make in US only takes $500,000 to make in China. So the value of their money is twice than is reflected than in normal exchange rate. So the actual defense spending of China is closer to that of US at around $450 billion versus $700 billion. And Chinese economy in purchasing power parity is actually bigger than US. It has been bigger than the US over the past decade at least. So in my contention, China is the real competition of US in ways that Soviet Union never was. So not only is this a new Cold War, I think this is the real Cold War we're talking about. It's still a Cold War because thank God so far, wala tayong wars between the two, either directly or indirectly. But could that happen? It could happen. And that's why dapat pag-usapan natin ng EDCA, Taiwan, South China Sea, lahat yan related dyan. Now, before going to the EDCA issue, let me just run down through the big picture, the evolution of things. So from 1971-72, when Kissinger and Richard Nixon visited China and normalized relations with China, kasi back then, ang kalaban ng US ay Soviet Union or Russia. So nag-team up sila with China against Russia because ang Russia ay threat to the trade, right? So this was the situation from 1972 to 2008. I think my background, excuse me. So from 1972 to 2008, US and China tried to come up with what you can call cooperative competition. Like, yes, let's cooperate, but yes, we're not necessarily allies and friends, but let's kind of be frenemies, right? Just to make it simple. So US and China were frenemies from 1972 all the way to, let's say, 2008, right? Why do I say 2008? Because in 2008, there was a global recession in the West. So the US economy went down. 2 years later, there's another crisis, sovereign debt crisis in Europe. Europe goes down. Japan's economy has already been stagnating from 1980s all the way to 2000s. So Japan is going down. All the way China is coming up. So even during the crisis in 2007 and 8, China was able to keep on building its economy because of strong state intervention. All the roads they build in China, all the airports, all the, I don't know, fake cities, empty cities they build, we may make fun of them, but actually those create jobs and that created economic activity. That's why China did not suffer from the Great Recession in 2007 and 8. We did. By 2011, we were kind of in a recessionary situation. So China sensed weakness in the West in 2008. They sensed weakness. They sensed etong US, parang hindi pala sila ganun kagaling vulnerable pala sila So the hardliners in China who felt this is our time to assert ourselves, once again, China is great, they began to gain momentum. Then came 2012. In 2012 and 2011, 2012, a major event happened. That's the so-called Arab uprisings, where a number of dictatorships in Egypt, in Tunisia, in Libya fell, almost in Syria and in Bahrain too. So what the Chinese saw was this. In 2008, they felt superior to the West because they were able to withstand economic recession. In 2011, they suddenly felt vulnerable because they saw what they call color revolution, whereby US is supposedly supporting democratic movement against authoritarian system. Although that was a nonsense point of view for me because a lot of these dictators who fell were actually pro-US, except the Gaddafi one in Libya. But the Chinese became at once confident and paranoid, which is a very scary combination. Now, in 2013, another major thing happened. So 3 things happened. 2008, Great Recession, 2011, Arab uprising. But the biggest move was really in 2013 when China elects a new leader. Well, not elects, but selects a new leader. And that's Xi Jinping, right? Xi Jinping is someone whom I call Mao with the money, right? He has the ideological zeal of Mao Zedong, the late strongman of China who wanted to export Chinese revolution, who was steering trouble all across the world, who was picking fight with both US and both Russia, all over the place, right? Xi Jinping's father actually was one of the founding fathers of the communist movement, or at least that's the propaganda. But during the Cultural Revolution under Mao, he was forced to go to some village in China and I don't know, work there para hindi na siya maging elitista or burgess, right? So meron silang ganitong style na pag anak ka ng mayaman, palisin ka sa syudad, palisin ka sa eskwela, yun ang tinatawag na Cultural Revolution, right? So he suffered a lot, but he learned pragmatism from that. He learned being strategic from that, and he learned personal discipline and perseverance from that horrible experience he had during Cultural Revolution when Burgess families like his, no, petty Burgess families like him were targeted actually by more radical Maoist groups. Now, Xi Jinping was a very calculating, very quiet and cordial provincial leader from the 1980s onwards. So he was in Fujian, he was in Zhejiang, where he made good relationship with Alibaba's founder, Jack Ma. And then he worked his all the way to Shanghai. And then by 2011 and 12, he came out as the heir apparent to Hu Jintao, the former leader of China, kind of quite a boring guy. I think you may know about Hu Jintao because there was a controversy a few months ago when Hu Jintao was kicked out of this meeting where Xi Jinping was given another term in office. At matanda na si Hu Jintao, so many people were shocked by what happened na parang pinaalis siya bigla dun sa meeting kung saan na-confer a new term on Xi Jinping. Now, Xi Jinping, once he gets power, he makes the most out of it. Within a few years, he takes control of all branches of the state. He makes the Communist Party, central to the governance of China. And he makes sure that only one man rules, just like the time of Mao. Why is this important? Because Mao Zedong was, when he was in charge of China, he was the guy. Single-handedly called the shot, essentially dictator. So when Mao Zedong died, Deng Xiaoping, who was one of the deputies of Mao Zedong, who was purged 3 times, just like Xi Jinping, although Xi Jinping was just purged once, meaning pinalis siya, kinawawa siya, tapos binalik siya, pinakulong siya, tapos binalik siya 3 times. Deng Xiaoping sabi niya, ayaw na natin ng ganyan, ayaw natin ng ganyan, ayaw natin mga diktador. What we need is what they call collective leadership. When you have one senior leader, but he works with multiple junior partners or semi-junior partners. Primus inter pares, not dictatorship. That system completely falls apart under Xi Jinping, who gets rid of all rivals, all rival factions. Wala nang Shanghai, wala, lahat. He took out all of his rivals and he exerted control over all branches of the state. And also he created new offices to give himself more power. That's why one joke about Xi Jinping was chairman of everything. He made so many new bodies, new national security cabinet, new economic planning cabinet, and then he became the chairman of everything. Now, China actually also has a prime minister or premier, formerly Li Keqiang, who was closer to the former president Hu Jintao, but he barely got any power once Xi Jinping was there. Back in the day, it was supposed to be a kind of a co-leadership between the premier, like Wen Jiabao, and president like Hu Jintao. That kind of ended under Xi Jinping. And by 2018, it became clear that Xi Jinping wants to stay in office indefinitely when he removed restrictions on term limit for the president. So effectively now Xi Jinping can be the leader for life in China, just the way Mao was. Except Xi Jinping is in charge of a global economic superpower. Mao was in charge of a backward, isolated, kind of crazy communist country, right? And that's the big difference. Now, things were looking very good for China for a very, very long time. And then suddenly they didn't. And this really happened during the pandemic era. So if you look at the pandemic era, at first, China was very proud. They said, wow, see, we managed it perfectly. We are the only major economy that did not shrink. Kawawang Philippines, we had almost 10% economic contraction. US had economic contraction. Europe had economic contraction. Almost all countries except Vietnam, Taiwan, and China had economic contractions. So China was very proud, and they said, they had zero COVID policy. They were very effective, supposedly. But actually, a lot of countries blame China for the pandemic because we know that the pandemic really started from China. We don't know exact circumstances how it came about. So there are many conspiracy theories out there. But the reason why we don't know about it is because China doesn't want to open up. China doesn't want to be transparent. And it doesn't want to be transparent because it's a dictatorship, essentially, right? And in places like the Philippines, for instance, many people also blame China. 3 out of 5 Filipinos believe China should be held accountable because it held back information on pandemic. The pandemic is called COVID-19, but we only got to know about it when? In 2020. So that means there was months of lead time that China had, but it was not honest about it. It was not transparent about it. Everyone suffered. Now, China wants to convince itself that it handled it well. That's not how much of the world sees it. So if we look at the surveys, for instance, in 2021, you can see, 2020 of summer, this is the pandemic year, beginning of the pandemic year, China's number go down. So the blue one is unfavorability, the green one is favorability. You can see across the board, there is a significant jump in China's unfavorability rating. The only semi exception is Italy, which is quite ironic because Italy was the first Western country to suffer horribly from the pandemic. But you look at the numbers in Australia, it jumps to 81% unfavorability, 74% in UK, 71% in Germany, 73% in Netherlands, 85% in Sweden, right? The numbers are crazy. Really, really unfavorable views. Philippines also the same. I mean, I can show the established surveys, etc. Now, why did I give all of this background about China, evolution of China, a very short background? It's because here in Southeast Asia, I believe we're dealing with our own version of Kubler-Ross grief cycle. I think ASEAN, if you look at ASEAN countries, ASEAN Southeast Asian countries, they are in different phases when it comes to dealing with the China challenge, right? Some are in denial mode. I would say President Duterte was clearly in this camp. Some were in the angry mode. Vietnam perhaps is in that camp. Some were in bargaining mode, like Malaysia under Mahathir when they were negotiating better deals under Belt and Road Initiative. Some are completely in the acceptance phase, like, let's just accept it. China is the next big one. Let's say Cambodia, Laos, etc. And then some are depressed and disappointed. Maybe Indonesia, maybe Singapore could be put there, right? So I think we really in ASEAN, we feel China, the rise of China, and the threat or opportunities posed by China because we're just so close to China. And as Lee Kuan Yew, the former Singaporean Prime Minister, put it, he said, the size of China's displacement of the world balance is such that the world must find a new balance. It is not possible to pretend that it's just another big player. This is the biggest player in the history of the world. So for Lee Kuan Yew, you cannot just balance against China. Once China comes fully into itself, all of us have to readjust in radically different ways. And we're feeling that in the Philippines. We're really feeling that in the Philippines. Now, I also cited Walter Benjamin. He said, behind every fascism, there's a failed revolution. What is the metaphor here? For me, the metaphor is behind the aggressive rise of China is the failure of the ASEAN and the international system in making sure China doesn't become as much threatening and aggressive as it has become. Now, if you look at ASEAN, for instance, sorry, I'm already moving to ASEAN. Why am I talking about ASEAN? Because ASEAN was supposed to protect us smaller countries from bullying by superpowers. Whether it's China, US, Russia, I don't care. But that was the point of ASEAN. The point of ASEAN was also when you combine our powers together, we will be able to socialize and shape the behavior of superpowers. That's why we came up with the term ASEAN centrality. ASEAN centrality came after the end of Cold War. Remember I discussed Cold War, Soviet Union, US. Once Soviet Union collapsed and the Cold War ended, there was a lot of optimism here in ASEAN that pag nagsama-sama tayo, pwede natin shape yung behavior ng mga superpowers na yan. Now, the thing is, we thought we were succeeding. For some time, China was giving us a feeling that we're shaping their behaviors, China, peaceful rise, peaceful development, blah, 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 until it became very clear to us, especially since yung Scarborough Shoal crisis, that China is not having a peaceful rise. It's a rise that has both peaceful and non-peaceful aspect. And in the case of the Philippines and West Philippine Sea, actually very aggressive aspect. So for 5 decades, the ASEAN gradually developed a de facto security regime. Actually, in fairness to ASEAN, we were able to come together. I mean, don't underestimate ASEAN. One of the things we did in ASEAN is that wala nang Game of Thrones among us. If you go to the Middle East today, they're all against each other, right? Persians versus Arabs. I mean, we call Persian Gulf Arabian Gulf because Arabs hate the Persians or something like that, right? I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy the situation we have there, at least geopolitically, right? Although, of course, ordinary people there, everyone's nice and like each other. But my point is, if you go to many parts of the world, they're extremely unstable. At least in ASEAN, wala nang away sa pagitan natin. May issue tayo sa Malaysia over Sabah, but we're not going to war with them over Sabah. There's not even a threat of war. There are many issues between Singapore, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Indonesia, Malaysia. They're not going to war. There was a serious issue between Thailand and Cambodia over a temple in their border. There was almost a war, but ASEAN came in and they brought the issue to International Court of Justice. It was solved. So ASEAN actually has been very successful in many ways. We have free trade agreement among ourselves. We are not threatening each other with war. We are what constructivists in international relations theory called a kind of a security community or established a security regime, right? Not to mention ASEAN, we have convening power. Remember in 2017, nung nag-host tayo ng ASEAN, nandito si Trump, nandito si Abe, nandito si, you know what I'm saying, Malcolm Turnbull, nandito si Narendra Modi of India. All the top leaders came to the Philippines because we were chairing ASEAN, not because we were Philippines, because we were chairing ASEAN. And yet, despite all of the success of ASEAN, the problem is, sa ASEAN, naging inflexible na tayo sa decision making. And one of our biggest inflexibility is overemphasis on consensus. In fact, it's not even consensus. It's unanimity. It was not the case before like that. That's not true that always ASEAN operate on consensus. It's not true. I've written extensively on this. You can check it online. Also, some of my writings. I said, actually, if you look at it, when East Timor was coming about, when there was war in Cambodia, Indochina, there were many times when ASEAN actually acted what you call minilaterally. Kanya-kanyang diskarte, essentially. Or yung mga magkaisip dyan sa loob ng ASEAN, pwede sila magsama-sama. Hindi kailangan may unanimity. But now, since we became ASEAN 10, nung sumama ng Cambodia, Brunei, Laos, all of these countries, naging obsessed tayo sa unanimity para hindi magkakaroon ng away. O para wala ng gulo, dapat every major decision, lahat tayo is 100% together on it. And for me, that's where the problem starts. Because if ASEAN can only operate based on unanimity, not actually consultation or mushawara in Arabic, if you understand basic Arabic or bahasa, you will understand the consultation doesn't necessarily, muwafaqat. Muwafaqat does not necessarily mean unanimity. But that's unfortunately how it turns out today because that's the safest way. Para wala na away, dapat lahat tayo agree, right? Now, the problem with that is, kung ikaw in China, all you have to do is to just lean on Cambodia, Laos, or or Duterte, I don't know, nothing happens in ASEAN. Nothing happens in ASEAN. Because you cannot get all 10 members to agree on an issue. That is why, palpak ang ASEAN pagdating sa West Philippine Sea. That's why walang tulong sa atin ang ASEAN pagdating sa West Philippine Sea. Bakit ko sinasabi yan? Because marami nagsasalita ngayon ukol sa EDCA at sinasabi nila, wag tayo mag-EDCA, wag tayo umasa sa Amerika, sariling sikap tayo. Sinasabi ko, paano tayo magsariling sikap? Wala tayong sariling kakayahan pa, especially compared to China. And they said, no, doon tayo sa ASEAN. For instance, ito si Calyodi, alright? Marami sa atin, mahal na mahal namin si Calyodi because he's a progressive, great person. But malaking disagreement ko with Calyodi pagdating sa West Philippines kasi sinasabi niya, sa ASEAN natin idaan ng issue. Anong ASEAN? ASEAN is completely useless to us when it comes to dealing with the South China Sea, West Philippines issue. Just to give you an idea, when the Philippine Arbitration Award came out in 2016, there was no support from ASEAN, barely any statement. Why? Because ASEAN cannot have a unanimous position on any major issue, especially on West Philippine Sea. At marami dyan sa loob ng ASEAN na takot sa China or masyadong dependent sa China. So bakit nila i-risk ang sarili nila para sa Pilipinas? Ano bang nagawa natin para sa kanila sa Laos or Cambodia? Right? So kaya nga sabi ko, maging realistic tayo. ASEAN is essentially useless when it comes to the West Philippine Sea. Now, it's nice to talk about code of conduct, nice to talk about declaration of counterparties. Okay, it's okay. Pero huwag tayong ilusyonado. Wala tayong makukuha talaga dyan. It's very limited yung silbi ng ASEAN sa atin. Alright? Sorry, I'm just checking baka may tanong sa akin or something. Okay. Okay ba tayo? Is everyone okay? Tinulugan niyo ba ako? See, I'm really slowing it down para we can properly talk together, no? I'm not just gonna dump these things on you. I hope you're following what I'm doing here, right? So, unti-unti. So, first we explain ano yung old Cold War. Ano yung difference with new Cold War? In-explain natin yung China, how it went from semi-peaceful to now quite aggressive. And then, ngayon, ang in-explain ko, third level is yung kapalpakan ng ASEAN. At hindi ko maisisisi ang ASEAN because palpak yung sistema ng ASEAN, right? Palpak siya dahil there's overemphasis on unanimity rather than realistic consensus building. Back in the day, we made big decisions in ASEAN not based on unanimity. It was based on majority ruling. Example, ASEAN Free Trade Area Agreement. It's based on what you call ASEAN minus X, meaning majority-based decision-making. Pero hindi. Pagdating sa West Philippine Sea, takot eh. Takot ang ASEAN at unanimity lang ba siyan? Tuloy, wala. Walang nagagawang ASEAN. Kaya niloloko lang tayo dyan sa ASEAN, mga code of conduct. Walang napupuntahan yan. Now, while China is pretending to negotiate with us, ASEAN, code of conduct, 2 dekada na po yan. 1997 pa lang pinag-usapan natin yung code of conduct na legally binding. Panahon pa ni Ramos, pinag-usapan natin yan. Ngayon, mag-midterms na under Marcos Jr., not senior. Marcos Jr., hindi pa rin tapos yung code of conduct, hanggang outline lang tayo at title. Kalokohan lang yan. I'll just be brutally honest about it. Kalokohan yung code of conduct negotiations na yan. Walang mapuntahan yan. So habang niloloko tayo ng China dito sa code of conduct, they are expanding their presence sa West Philippine Sea. At by the way, nangyari pa yan sa panahon ni Digong. So sabi ni Digong, pag nice tayo sa China, China will be nice to us. Except there's absolutely no evidence of that. President Duterte was extremely nice to China, did not assert the arbitration award, said, I love China, China loves me, China will protect me, let's be meek and humble to China so that they will get their mercy. By the way, I'm directly quoting what he said. Ito literally mga sinabi ni Tatay Digong noon, di ba? And yet, ito yung nangyari. Lumala ang sitwasyon sa West Philippine Sea. Sa panahon ni Digong nangyari yan. Nagpadala ng China ng surface-to-air missile systems dun sa mga fake island na ginawa niya. Remember yung mga island na ginagawa ng China fake? Lalong lumala ng situation. Nagpadala sila ng ACBMs, electronic jamming equipment, nuclear-capable bombers ay nag-exercises dyan. They have accelerated reclamation and completion of military facilities. Yung Chinese Coast Guard, ngayon kasama pa sa Chinese Navy, mas aggressive sila. In fact, it was under Digong also na China was sending more militia forces hanggang nangyari sa Jemver. Ano nangyari sa Jemver? Muntik pinatay yung ating mga mangingisda ng mga Chinese, suspected Chinese militia forces. Right? Lahat yan nangyari sa panahon ni Digong. So, palpak yung strategy ni Digong when it comes to China. Hindi gumana yung kanyang engagement, let's be nice to China strategy. That's just the brutal reality. You can Google it. You can check the facts on your own. All right? Now, ano ibig sabihin yan? Ibig sabihin ba yan, tapos ng laban? Wala na, hopeless case na, useless ang ASEAN, di gumana yung engagement ni Duterte. Wala na, tapos ng laban, uwi na tayo, may nanalo na. Actually, hindi. My contention is that US is still very powerful. In fact, US is still more powerful than China, and it will likely be the case for the foreseeable future. Why? Because even if China's economy is as big as US, even when China's military will be as big as US, even when China will be the same level as US when it comes to, I don't know, Apple technology, I don't think yung Hollywood, maabutan nila yung level of Hollywood in terms of soft power, but in terms of hard power. The thing kasi with US is they have net power advantage over China. Ano po yung net power? Remember, meron tayong tinatawag na net worth, di ba? Pag kunwari gusto mo malaman kung mayaman na isang tao, hindi mo lang titignan kung ano yung assets niya, titignan mo rin yung liabilities niya, di ba? Kasi marami kang assets, pero marami ka ring utang, di ka talaga mayaman. Mayaman ka lang kung pag minus ko yung assets mo sa utang mo, malaki pa rin ang pera mo. Yun ang talagang basihan ng kayamanan. So, it's the same thing with nations. When it comes to nations, you have to look at not only their assets, meaning size of their economy, size of military, you also have to look at their net power, net assets. So, China has a big economy and big military, but also has a lot of big domestic problems. Still, hundreds of millions of Chinese live in poverty. Still, China's per capita income is very low compared to US. 6-7 times lower than US. So China's per capita is roughly $10,000. US per capita income is $80,000, right? So when you look at it, net power, and Michael Beckley in this book Unrivaled, where he questions the whole brouhaha about China's century, says a nation's power stems not from its gross resources, but from its net resources. The resources left over after subtracting the cost of making them. So yes, China has a lot of resources, pero marami rin siyang liabilities. And in fact, if you look at a lot of cutting-edge industries, US is well ahead of China, right? So these are like patents, biotechnology, etc. Now, of course, China is catching up in certain areas. As I said, artificial intelligence. In fact, China is ahead of US in certain areas. But overall, if you look at it, US has a higher net power. China, for instance, has a damaged environment. China doesn't have as much oil and gas that US has compared to its needs and population. Average Chinese are way poorer than American counterparts. An average Chinese soldier is nowhere as well equipped as his American counterpart. So medyo sablay yung argument kung titingnan mo lang yung gross power. You have to look at net power, right? But there's another interesting thing also. US also has more soft power than China. So when people were asked, who do you prefer to be the world's superpower? If only one choice, sinong pipiliin mo? It's not even close. It's not even close. Only 8% in China said they prefer, in Japan said they prefer China over US. 81% said they prefer US to still be the superpower. Sa Pilipinas, siguro kasama si Tatay Digong dyan at mga supporters na ng iba, doon sa 12%, but 77% still want US to be the superpower. And look at the numbers all across different regions. The only exception is Tunisia, but whatever, right? But or Russia, obviously kalaban ng US yan, no? But if you look at most countries around the world and most middle powers, regional powers, clearly, if given the choice, they'll still go with the US by far over China. That's important because US is not only superior to China in net power, is also superior to China in what I call networked power. Because remember, it's not US versus China. It's China versus US plus Japan, plus Australia, plus medyo Pilipinas, plus NATO, plus South Korea. Do you get what I'm saying? So while I argued that this is the real Cold War because head-to-head, peer ang China and US, the reality is that US also has a lot of allies. Now, of course, not all US allies are 100% reliable, case in point, alam nyo na. But even if 60-70% reliable lang Japan, 60-70% reliable lang Korea, 60-70% lang Australia, 60-70% reliable lang Germany, pag sinama mo lahat na yan, the composite network power of US is way higher than anything that China has. Because who are allies of China? North Korea? I don't think so. I was in North Korea a few years ago. They said nothing good about China. They hate the fact that they're so dependent on China. And they feel China squeezes them out. Russia, walang choice si Putin. But I think if you ask average Russians, the honest question would be they rather not be dependent on China. They rather deal with Europe, right? Pakistan? Pakistan now is begging IMF and Western institutions to bail them out because they have so much Chinese debt they cannot pay back. So on and so forth. China has no real allies, while US has at least a lot of half reliable allies. When you put them together, and these are Australia, Japan, South Korea, NATO, that's huge. That's huge. So US is still way more superior to China because of its network power and net power. Those things are very important. Now, interestingly, in ASEAN, even if we always bash US at these neighboring countries, actually, when they were asked in ASEAN, what do you really think about China? A lot of them had negative views of China's influence, including China's Belt and Road Initiative, right? In fact, China's approval went down this year. Favorability went down this year in the Institute for Southeast Asian Studies. Now, and this is where things get interesting. If you ask Southeast Asians who they really like the most as an outside power, it's actually Japan, even ahead of US and China. Now, it's true that Japan is not a superpower like US and China, but they are a major power nevertheless. They're the third largest economy in the world. And more importantly, they're one of the biggest investors in infrastructure development in Asia. In fact, kung titignan mo yung Pilipinas, the biggest source of foreign direct investments in infrastructure is actually Japan, not China. In entire ASEAN, if you look at it, Japan is still the biggest new investor in infrastructure. China says a lot of things about Belt and Road, marami silang pledges, but not much really comes in. Now, if you look at it also in the Philippines, not much happened when it comes to China, when it comes to all their promises. So China is big and powerful economy, etc. But they also tend to overpromise, and they tend to also alienate a lot of people and overshoot. Case in point in the Philippines, look at China's approval rating it went down to negative 24% in the middle of Duterte's term. It's not as bad as it was in 2014, 2012 during the Scarborough Shoal, but it's still historically really, really low. So despite all of their pledges of investment, also not much really came out under Duterte. Now, the thing which is interesting is this. So while China is becoming more aggressive, thinking that because of its economy and its size, it can intimidate us or it can completely win us over, the reality is that a lot of our neighbors are actually also pushing back against China. With US or without US, right? So case in point is, for instance, Malaysia. Under Mahathir, former President Mahathir, I interviewed him the other year when he was in the Philippines. Mahathir openly said China is engaging in some sort of new colonialism, or it has to make sure it doesn't engage in new colonialism. And interestingly, Malaysia in 2019 passed a new law to claim more in their own part of the West Philippine Sea, South China Sea against China. And they unilaterally started to develop energy resources with Petronas in areas claimed by China, which, by the way, we're not doing. Doon sa Reed Bank, dapat dinidevelop natin yan. Marami tayong resources. Pero binubuli tayo ng China, kaya hindi natin ma-develop. Doon din nga na-sink yung Gemver, di ba? Kasi ang dami mga Chinese militia and all there. But Malaysia fought back. They said to China, I don't care you're claiming this water. We're gonna do it. So they started drilling in South China Sea, even in areas claimed by China. And when China attacked them, questioned them, their foreign minister said China's claims are quote-unquote ridiculous, right? And by the way, Malaysia cited the Philippines arbitration award to threaten China also with arbitration case. Vietnam, also the same thing. Indonesia also, when they were bullied by China in the North Natuna Sea, which is close to the tip of South China Sea, kasi ang vague nung claim ng China kaya pumapasok siya sa Indonesian waters, ginawa ng Indonesia, tinawagan nilang North Natuna Sea. So we made West Philippine Sea out of our exclusive economic zone in South China Sea. The Indonesian also did something similar. They called the areas of the islands of Natuna of Indonesia, which overlaps with the tip of 9-9 in the South China Sea of China. They called that North Natuna Sea. And then pumunta si Jokowi doon and in your face siya, sabi niya, wala kayong ano dito. Wala kayong claim dito. This place is ours, right? And then nagpa-scramble sila ng fighter jets, F-16s, nagpadala sila ng warships. So, lumalaban yung mga kapitbahay natin. So, the awkward thing is, nung panahon ni Digong, yung Pilipinas pa yung pinaka-friendly sa China kumpara dun sa mga similar neighbors natin na may concern sa Chinese bullying sa West Philippine Sea, South China Sea, and the broader basin area. But, magkape muna ako, sorry. Ayan na, patapos na tayo, don't worry. Ayan na, good afternoon lang pala yung iba. Wala ko nagalit. Ang tanong ngayon mga estudyante at mga teachers, right, is kamusta naman with BBM? So BBM is very interesting case because marami nag-akala pag si BBM nanalo, parang Digong din yan. After all, si BBM, aliado ni Digong. After all, or at least aliado ni Sara, Uniteam. After all, sabi ni BBM, Golden Age, China. You know, essentially BBM copy-pasted whatever Duterte said on China, except he had different plans. Especially after Biden, President Biden of US was super nice to him. He was the first foreign leader to call him, at least according to Bongbong Marcos. The fact na sinasabi ni Bongbong Marcos yun, that means it meant a lot to him. And US also assured Bongbong Marcos na hindi ka magkaroon ng problema sa US even if mga court cases laban sa mga Marcoses for corruption and human rights charges, no? Sa US courts. You can check it on your own, no? I think Marcos had a change of heart when he became the president. And at the same time, his heart was never really with China and Russia in ways that Duterte's was. Because Duterte has a very different history from the Marcoses. Marcos himself is a product of the West. He studied, he attended Oxford, although never graduated from what we know. And he also enrolled at Wharton. Although I don't know how he went to MBA when he didn't have undergraduate. But anyway, he's still exposed to the West, right? Yung mga anak niya nag-aral sa Australia, sa UK, yung asawa niya nag-aral sa NYU. So, iba sila dun sa Duterte, the whole friends we have there in Davao, right? Very different. Now, obviously, under Marcos, big things are happening because Marcos is continuing policies ni Pinoy. The Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement was signed under Pinoy and under Obama in 2014 because gusto natin sisiguraduhin na mga Amerikano ay may ambag sa atin pagdating sa West Philippine Sea. The whole point of EDCA was to make sure our mutual defense treaty with the US is directly relevant to the West Philippine Sea. Bakit kamo? Because under EDCA, you're giving Americans access to bases close to the West Philippine Sea so that they will deter China from bullying us further dahil wala tayong sariling kakayan. That's the whole point. Now, that was the Aquino plan. Duterte was against it, particularly yung allowing Americans to preposition weapon systems kasi sabi niya, hindi, magagalit ang China dyan. Siyempre, China siya, di ba? But what Marcos did was interesting. He did not only go with the Aquino, EDCA, he expanded it further and gave 4 new bases which are of extreme concern to China. Because at least 2 of them, if not 3, although the map is not that accurate, 3 of them at least are depending on how you read the geography. Anyway, all of these new bases that they gave to the Americans under EDCA, all of this, in one way or another, are directly relevant to U.S. strategy of deterring China's bullying in the region, and also U.S. strategy to protect Taiwan. Because the argument of Marcos is this, deterrence. This was also the argument of Aquino. Hindi Amerikang nagbubuli sa atin sa West Philippine Sea. Hindi Amerikang nagtithreaten na mag-invade ng Taiwan. Alam natin yung source of threat. Pero kung hindi tayo preparado, susugurin yung Taiwan, the same way na sinugod ng Russia ang Ukraine because Ukraine had no backup. It was on its own, in-attack sila. Nung na-attack lang sila ng Ukraine, biglang tinutulungan ng Ukraine. If Ukraine had support from the West through and through,
Suka ba nga? Active, suka ba nga? Debated.
excuse me, would not have dared to. Marami tayong mga audience part. We can have audience parts really short. I'm about to end. Now, the thing is, if you look at the, na-distract ako. The thing is, if you look at the whole EDCA strategy, it was to deter China. Because if you're prepared, then magdadalawang isip yung bully. Pero kung mahina ka, bubulin ka lalo. As the Roman dictum says, right, if you want peace, you have to be prepared for war, right? So that's the logic behind EDCA. But Marcos went all the way because he's giving American bases access to Taiwan, and he's also between US and China. Okay, alam ko pagod na kayo guys, patapos na tayo, don't worry about it. So, nevertheless, we didn't give the Americans access to some of our bases very close to Taiwan, like Mavulis and all, but we can debate about the operational implications of that. So the big question right now is, ano bang ginagawa ng Pilipinas ngayon? Is EDCA really about deterrence, or is EDCA too provocative? Yun yung debate ngayon, right? At least this is what China and pro-China elements in the Philippines say. They say it's too provocative, you should not do it. For me, the Philippines should make sure that this EDCA not only doesn't provoke China, but will expedite modernization of AFP. If the Americans are going to gain access to EDCA, we have to make sure that they also help us to develop our own capabilities para meron tayong sariling kakayan para depensa ang sarili natin. Because wala rin silbi kung yung EDCA will just make us more dependent on the US. But that's not a foregone conclusion. If we play our cards well, we can make sure that our alliance with the US actually helps us rather than make us more dependent on US. I mean, by the way, guys, Japan and Korea have permanent US bases. Do you call them Tuta of America? Not necessarily, right? Because they're also developing their own military capabilities. Nevertheless, I just want to end on this note. There's so much more I want to discuss. No, but I mean, this is what I'm saying. No, I mean, the Chinese are openly now trying to fearmonger, right? So what I'm saying is, maybe EDCA decision of Marcos made sense, but we have to be prepared because, for sure, China could look at potential retaliations, right? By the way, 40% of our national grid is controlled by a Chinese company. And by the way, their engineers, according to some senators like Rizal Tiveros, actually can run the whole show. So we're very vulnerable. We also have another concern. There are a lot of people who are saying that China will try to directly influence regional governors to oppose EDCA by offering them investments or you know what, right? That's the claim. So there has to be an effort by the Philippine government to make sure na hindi tayo sasabotahin from within, whether critical infrastructure, whether LGU. In fact, that's one reason against also federalism. Pag nag-federal tayo, you're not only giving more power to warlords and trapos, you may give more power to pro-Beijing governors or pro-Beijing local government units, etc., right? Anyway, I'll close it on this because I want to have more discussion with you guys, but I hope you appreciated the arc of what I'm discussing. What I'm saying is the EDCA issue cannot be understood without separating it from the troubling trajectory in China's power the troubling trajectory in US-China competition, and also the troubling lack of ASEAN constructive intervention to make sure that we're not bullied by China or any superpower for that matter. On that note, thank you very much, and I look forward to your question and answer. Oh wow, haba pala. Okay, ang dami ko pala nasabi. I think 1 hour na tayo or something. Okay, fantastic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richard. For the participants, we may post our questions on our chat box, and I'll be the one to address those questions. Please feel free to give your insights. Thank you. We have the first question from Mr. Isumio Palmerona. If we can stop China from learning of other members of ASEAN, can ASEAN be the next EU?
Okay, thank you for the question. If there are other questions also, maybe we can take 2 or 3 para mas marami tayong ma-engage. Are there other questions also? Maybe we can take 3 per batch na lang tayo para mas marami tayong ma-engage.
Okay.
Unless walang ibang questions, yeah.
Some author says that UN is the last hope of humanity. Is the UN losing its mandate being a peacekeeper when it can't contain aggressors, which the 2 main aggressors today have veto powers in the Security Council, and the doomsday clock is a few seconds before 12? So that's the first 2 questions.
Maybe one more also. If there's any other question. Okay, kung wala pang question for now, let me just try to get back at that. I mean, first of all, pagdating sa EU, we can see that even EU has a lot of problems right now, no? Kaya nga nangyaring Brexit. Nakikita din natin yung European Union has been struggling to come with the common front on many issues, including on Ukraine, no? So I was in Estonia, in the Baltic Europe, Northeastern Europe, last November, and there was a lot of anger against France and also Germany, because their sense is that those countries are not helping Ukraine enough against Russia. While if you go to France and Germany, their sense is Eastern European countries are too anti-Russia and want to drag them into a conflict. So even within EU, there's a lot of disagreements, right, on very fundamental issues. Now, that doesn't mean EU is useless. That just means EU is also imperfect and has a lot of its own domestic internal problems. It has a problem with unifying around a common policy on foreign defense issues. And we also saw that EU did not manage to come up with enough support to pass its own, to be like a federal states of Europe, to have its own constitution. France and Netherlands voted against it. And we also saw with EU that it was not very effective in preventing the sovereign debt crisis that happened in PIGS countries, Portugal, Ireland, Spain, and Greece, for instance, because they don't have what you call a fiscal union. So they have a monetary union, yung tinatawag euro, but they don't have a fiscal union, right? Which is coordinated yung tax policies nila, at yung tax collection nila, at yung tax deficit nila, all of this. Hindi. So there's some countries in EU which overspend, there are those who underspend, but they all using the same currency. So parang lahat tayo may isang credit card, pero iba yung spending patterns natin. So kawawa yung mga nagsisave kasi nagbe-benefit yung mga nagsispend, right? Kaya nangyari yung mga crisis na yun. So first of all, let's not over romanticize EU, while also EU, in my opinion, is still the most successful regional integration case. I doubt, though, if ASEAN wants to move in the direction of EU ever, because in EU, member states are expected to give up some part of their national sovereignty. For instance, having a single currency. So yung central bank, wala nang central bank with the ability to print its own money in UK or France. All of them have the same currency. That takes away a lot of leverage because, for instance, If you have problems with inflation, the central bank can do something about that, right? Print money, I don't know, or not print money, right? Or if you want to boost your exports, you make your currency cheaper, for instance, you cheat around that. So having your own currency gives you a lot of advantages. Once you share the currency, then malaking problema yan. Now, that brings me to a more fundamental problem in ASEAN. Europe is a diverse continent, but more or less all European countries, EU countries, are developed countries. So all have per capita income of more than $15,000. ASEAN is too diverse. There's nothing wrong with diversity, but too much diversity. So you have Singapore with a per capita income of $80,000, let's say, or 60 to 80. And then you have poor countries like Myanmar at $1,000. Masyadong malayo yung agwat sa mga miyembro ng ASEAN. So ang hirap magkaroon ng similar developmental policy. Kaya nga some talk about ASEAN 5 or ASEAN 5+1. Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Singapore. Because ang layo nila dun sa remaining 4 members, right? In so many ways. So ASEAN is too diverse. And ASEAN countries are too jealous of their national sovereignty to give up any of their major decision-making power to a central organization, a la European Union, European Commission, European Parliament, European Court. So no, I don't see ASEAN moving in the EU direction, and I don't see EU as ideal as it used to be. Nevertheless, may silbi pa rin ang ASEAN. As I said, yes, ASEAN was quite useless on South China Sea, but it's not useless on free trade areas. We created our own free trade among ourselves. We're helping for more investments and trade among ourselves. We're not having war against each other. So you have to manage your expectations with ASEAN. If your expectations are about relationship among ASEAN countries, I think ASEAN is doing very well. But if it comes to ASEAN management of relations with the BRIC powers, no, ASEAN is a disappointment. No question about that. Which brings me to UN. The UN problem is essentially like ASEAN except writ large, because UN has to deal with all problems on Earth. UN is extremely helpful when it comes to UNHCR, which deals with refugee issues. I have a friend of mine, a Syrian doctor friend of mine, help victims of ISIS in Iraq, for instance, for UNHCR. You also have UNDP, for instance, which provides aid and food to people all around the world, including to starving people in Yemen and all. Salamat sa UN. Kung walang UN, maraming mamamatay sa gutom. As simple as that. So when, I don't know, someone like Digong says useless ang UN, I don't know what he's talking about, because UN is feeding tens of millions of people every year. I don't know about Digong, right? So UN is not going to be helpful to us to deal with South China Sea, because in UN, you have a permanent Security Council where one of those 5 members, France, UK, US, Russia, and China, they have veto power. So if one of them says no, nothing happens in terms of major UN decisions on matters of security. But UN is helpful in helping refugees, in helping people in distress, in helping starving people. So may silbi ang UN, but unfortunately not when it comes to major geopolitical issues because of the structure of the United Nations Security Council. That's why I said, never look at organizations in either or. Organizations are not totally useful and totally useless. No, the truth is always in the middle. So ASEAN is useless in certain areas, and we have to improve on that and be grateful for that. But in certain areas, we have to manage our expectations. I'll say exactly the same thing with UN. Thank you. Maybe one more set of questions? Yeah.
Thank you, sir. We have another question. How can Philippines impose the arbitrary case that we won over China?
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Now, if not, it's okay. I can answer that. Actually, we're already doing partial enforcement. Okay, I see another question, by the way. Maybe you want to read that? Yeah.
Another question. As of now, what are the scenarios of the United States and China Cold War and its effects on the patterns of geopolitical power relations?
Ayan, direct questions sa topic natin. Thank you for that. Sige, I'll go first to the arbitration. Actually, we're partially implementing the arbitration. Why do I say that? So, yung mga nagsabi na walang kwenta yung arbitration award, again, Digong and others, they don't know what they're talking about. So, first of all, have you noticed, China is not using the term 9-dash line anymore. They used to use that all along. Ito yung Kautong na covering much of the South China. They're not using that anymore. Why? Because they know it's a joke. The Philippine Arbitration Award showed that has no basis in modern international law. It's a joke. So the Chinese had to come up with new ideas, Forsha, whatever. Pinagtawanan lang sila. And by the way, pinakita ko kanina, Malaysia, Vietnam, even Indonesia, ginagamit nila yung arbitration award natin to threaten China. They did not support us, but they're using it for their own national interest, right? So hindi useless yung arbitration award. Pangalawa, have you noticed, the US is conducting yung tinatawag na freedom of navigation operations, kung saan ang American warships go within the 12 nautical miles of fake Chinese islands and tell the Chinese in their face, this is a fake island, you have no legitimate claim over that. Sometimes they send not one, but 2 warships. Have you noticed, not only US, but even the Europeans tend to send warships in the area, not as close to the Chinese fake islands, but maybe 24 nautical miles contiguous zone or more. The French do that. The British tend to do that. The Australians have been trying to do that or do aerial patrols. So our arbitration award provided the legal basis for freedom of navigation operations and all other kinds of patrols by international powers to say to China that what you're doing is fake, against international law, and will not accept it. Plus the fact that Philippines is getting more and more military, diplomatic, and political support from countries that believe in international law. Sure, US is hypocrite. All superpowers are hypocrite. But they're hypocrite that is helping the Philippines when it comes to China. And speaking of hypocrisy, US has not ratified UNCLOS, but it follows UNCLOS as a matter of customary international law. It could be a whole lecture we can talk about international law. But essentially, ayaw ng US Senate mag-approve ng UNCLOS dahil ayaw nila maging, I don't know, bound sila by international law. But the US government and Navy actually follows it because they find that consistent with their own rules of engagement and understanding of international law, customary international law. China has ratified even the UNCLOS, but they don't follow it. And they disrespected us when we took the case to international court. Again, a lot of fake news out there. Our case was not about sovereignty because that's not covered by UNCLOS, but it was a compulsory arbitration case questioning China's 9-dash line. And on that, we won big time. That's why all our neighbors, US, Japan, India, Europe, all of them can question China's claims in the area thanks to our arbitration case. So we have partially enforced it. We can do better about it. But we lost 6 years under Duterte because he didn't want to assert it against his besties. But now under Marcos Jr., we're insisting on it. And on the basis of our arbitration case, we are set to also do joint patrols with the US and more balikatan exercises in the South China Sea to protect our rights. Is this a magic solution? No, it's not. But it's part of a range of options that we have in order to have leverage and in order to assert our claims. Now, on the issue of new Cold War, now, one way to understand it is I think the US and China went from strategic competition, which was malaki ako, malaki ka, sige pare, parang 2-star players, right? Like LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, something like that, right? Para sa'yo magaling. Okay, given na yan, na medyo magka-compete tayo, pero medyo friendly rivalry, right? So it used to be like that until I would say 2008. But from 2008 to now, I think we definitely moved to what you call strategic rivalry, whereby it's either or. Hindi, ako yung boss yan. Hindi, ako yung boss dito sa ASEAN. Hindi, akin yan. So it's becoming zero-sum. But we're still one step short of what you call strategic enmity, which is what we had between Soviet Union and US, which is only one of us should come out alive of this. Parang duel na yan. We're not there yet. But we can move in that direction. And somehow we're moving in that direction when it comes to economics, not yet in geopolitics, thank God. So for instance, the US is imposing sanctions on Chinese technology, on semiconductors, for instance. Paano kung tayo gumagamit ng Chinese semiconductors? What about us making deals with China that involves American semiconductors and then now we cannot share it with China? You know what I'm saying? Ang gulo niyan. Kaya now suddenly you have Singapore and many ASEAN countries attacking US for sanctioning China because apektado din sila. So this is becoming so ang tawag nila dyan is technological iron curtain, right? Yun yung term, which is like iron curtain between Soviet Union and the West in the past. But that's a very long discussion itself. All I'm saying is we're still in phase 2. Phase 3 is where things could really get ugly. That's why it's important we de-escalate it to phase 1, right? Will it work? I don't know. The thing I say is we always put pressure on the US to do the right thing, but China also has to do its own part. China has to be less bully in the West Philippine Sea, less bully in the North Natuna Sea, less bully in the East China Sea, and maybe be more helpful in terms of BRI and investments, and maybe we can have a better relationship with them. And bakit ako na-mute? It will be harder for the US na-censor ba? It will be harder for the US to mobilize us against China if China is also doing its part. So I think it takes two to tango, but actually more than two to tango. US has to do its part. China has to do its part. We have to do also our part of making sure these two giant elephants don't fight and we don't become the grass that will be trampled upon. Is there last question maybe? Last set of questions?
Yes, sir. We have another question. What are the main investment regions or countries to focus considering the economic risk of war?
Okay. Any other question? Medyo last round na siguro tayo. Yeah. It's almost 3 p.m. I suppose your time, no? Is there any other question? Going once, going twice? All right. Okay. So let me just answer that. So obviously there are a number of flashpoints we have to look at. The Middle East obviously is always a major area of concern because Middle East doesn't have ASEAN. You know, if you talk to Middle Eastern people, they'll say how we wish we had ASEAN, right? So Arab countries, they have their own Gulf Cooperation Council. Iran and Turkey and Pakistan have their own thing. And then you have Israel, which is, you know, has its own special relationship with US and NATO. So it's a very fragmented, competitive, aggressive region, right? You have potential flashpoint in Persian Gulf. You have potential flashpoint in actually South Caucasus, Azerbaijan, Armenia going against each other and potentially dragging in Iran, Russia, Turkey, and one more. And then, of course, you have the Israeli-Palestinian issue, and you know the rights of Palestinians, etc. So Middle East is always a big concern for us because you have many big militaries there. The militaries of Egypt, Iran, Turkey are million-strong militaries almost, right? So they're not as huge in terms of population compared to us in Asia, but they're huge in terms of their military capability. So when they go to war, it gets really, really ugly. And some of these countries, at least one of them, we know has nuclear weapons. No, so that's something that we have to keep in mind. No, but I would say for us, and if you read novel-ish geopolitics books like 2034 or something like that, the expectation is the next World War III will actually happen in our region. My contention is potential over South China Sea. Let's say an accidental, let's say a Chinese ship accidentally, or a Chinese ship without permission of Beijing shoots down an American aircraft, and then the American warship comes in and shoots it down. It could escalate, spiral out of that, spiral out of control. But I think my bigger concern is actually Taiwan. I'm still optimistic that Taiwan will not be a target of invasion a la Ukraine by Russia. I mean, I think Ukraine has shown how difficult it is to wage occupation warfare, imperial warfare. But still, the threat of war over Taiwan is very, very serious. And we in the Philippines, we're just too close. We're closer to Taiwan than most ASEAN countries, right? So if God forbid something happens in Taiwan, we cannot be neutral. We're just too close and we're US ally. So if ako sa inyo, I'll watch very carefully what's happening in Taiwan. I'll pay more and more attention to Taiwan in the coming years, if not coming months, right? They're going to have presidential elections next year. If that election creates someone who's super anti-China, pro-independence, etc., that could escalate the doomsday clock, not only seconds, but milliseconds before World War III. Is there another last question here? The key risk to their do you think that this risk will be crucial? Yeah, so I think I kind of answered that. All right. On that note, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. There are a lot of questions. I'm glad that at least I talked a lot so that kung walang question, at least walang dead air, diba? So I tried to address as many questions as possible. Thank you very much for reaching out. I hope we'll have more opportunities of engaging each other and also opportunities to meet in person for our future engagements. I would have loved to stay more with you guys, but I have another panel talk. I just had one panel talk before this. I have to head out of my hotel room right now. So thank you so much. Maraming salamat. And I wanted to say daghang salamat, but and Bicol pala tayo. So, ano yung version ng Bicolano na daghang salamat?
Diyos mabalos po.
Diyos mabalos.
Diyos mabalos. It's like all right, it's like the Spanish version. Okay, I get it. All right, like God, may God be with you kind of thing. Yeah. Okay. All right. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much. Adios. All right. Hindi pa tayo tapos, diba? All right. Meron ba kayong closing ceremony? Ano ba meron dyan?
On that note, Sir Richard, you would like to
Okay, thank you very much.
award
guys.
award the certificate of commendation. The citation reads, Republic of the Philippines, Bicol University, Open University, Bicol University Extension and Management Division, Legazpi City, Albay. Certificate of commendation. This certificate is awarded to Richard Haydarian for extending his time, effort, knowledge, and expertise as an expertise as a research speaker, which contributed substantially to the success of the 3-day training entitled International Webinar on Organizations' Resiliency, Inclusivity, and Sustainability Towards ESG, held on April 18 to 20, 2023, given this 18th day of April 2023 at Legazpi City, Albay, Bicol Region, Philippines. Signed by Jose Carlo B. Lavapie, the coordinator of the Student Affairs and Services, Ramesses M. Norino, the Dean of the BUOU, Rowena F. Zoilo, the Director of BU Extension and Management Division, and Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin D. Nebres III, the SUC President 4 of Bicol University. Again, sir, thank you very much. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Talk to you soon. God bless. Ingat. One second.
To our participants, please remain in our Zoom meeting as I call on Vice Mayor Junji Haoshan, the Vice Mayor of Daraga, for his closing remarks. Sir?
Denly Mirabueno. Good afternoon, everyone, especially to our knowledgeable resource speaker, Sir Denly Mirabueno and Sir Richard Hadrian. First of all, in behalf of the Bicol University Open University student, we would like to extend our deepest gratitude for imparting your knowledge with us relative to the risk management, which elaborated the practice of identifying the risks in advance, analyzing them, which plays an important role decision making. Likewise, the discussion on the geopolitics, which provided latest analysis on geopolitical issues today, covering political, economics, military, energy security, and environmental issues. Of course, this international webinar would not be possible without its proponent and sponsors in the person of Dr. Ramesses Lorino and the students of BUOU, MM, MPA, MLGM. Indeed, this is another milestone webinar event of the BUOU. Once again, thank you and good day.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Junji Haoshan. At this juncture, we will flash the QR codes for the attendance and evaluation link. Please kindly scan the QR code flashed on our screen for your attendance and evaluation. Once again, thank you so much for joining the first day of our webinar. It's been a pleasure to be your host. Once again, this is Domet Shanfrancey Overo, Just Mabalos, and thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.